Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Jamaica. I entered politics at a time when women were few in the arena. We faced significant opposition, but we did not retreat. Today, 22 PNP women are stepping forward. They are lawyers, they are teachers, entrepreneurs, leaders. They have worked in their communities. They have stood in courtrooms. They have built businesses, mentored youth, and raised families. 22 PNP women united, unshaken, unafraid, ready to lead, ready to serve. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
I'm Miranda Wellington, your People's National Party candidate for Southwest St. Elizabeth. I was raised in Flagaman, where I learned the value of hard work. Now, I am answering the call. I will work to expand irrigation systems. I will also fix our roads. I will advocate for better financing to ensure our farmers and fishers can truly succeed. I will expand training and development in farming, entrepreneurship, and vocational skills. Southwest St. Elizabeth, time come for a better life.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Every Jamaican deserves a place to call their own home. Our plans are to make that a reality. We don't bulldoze people's homes, we build them. We're going to restore the special low interest rates for public sector workers. We're going to introduce a 3-month moratorium period after you buy the house, so you have some time to furnish it and do little fixing up before you have to start making your mortgage payments. And we'll increase the debt service ratio for public sector workers so that you can qualify for a bigger mortgage loan. We're really thinking about you guys. And for our young people, we have the Young Owners Fund, a $1 billion annual fund within the NHT, where anyone up to 35 who's buying house for the first time, if they're an NHT contributor for at least 2 years, can get a grant of $500,000 towards the deposit on the house. And if you're a person who is working but can't produce a payslip because you're in the informal economy or you're struggling to save enough for a deposit for a home, we have the rent-to-own plan, where you can go into the house as a tenant, paying rent equal to the mortgage, and after 6 months, if you can establish your capacity to pay the rent on time, you'll be eligible for the mortgage. You can draw down the loan and become an owner of the house and step up in life. Because housing is not just a luxury for the few, it's a must for everyone.
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
The next People's National Party government has identified land and housing as a priority for national transformation. We begin from the principle that every Jamaican who desires to own a home should be facilitated to do so at all costs. Home ownership in the 21st century must be treated as a right, similar to education and health. The inability of thousands to own a home is rooted in the structural inequalities that govern Jamaican society. One essential step is to accept informality as a legitimate mode of urbanization. We must support and collaborate with those who are parceling land and constructing buildings in informal settlements rather than working against them. I'll get to that soon. This will not be easy. It challenges our sense of order. However, in a society marked by profound structural informality and deep inequality, true social cohesion can only be achieved through dialogue and consultation with a clear framework of legal reform. Such an approach will yield better results rather than a heavy-handed and punitive approach. Order in a democratic society comes from agreed norms, not from a big stick or a bulldozer.
Sat down and I looked at the dates. For months we were at that point where we said nobody knew if they were being investigated. The Integrity Commission didn't send a letter. I don't know. Nobody has said anything to me. When you look at this report, the initial communication was September 30, 2022 regarding the omissions in the 2021 statutory declaration. There were follow-up requests to provide additional information and corrections. February 23, 2023, March 6, 2023, March 12, 2023, April 4, 2023. He was interviewed on January 12, 2023. Further meetings and interviews were had, and a significant meeting was had on the 31st of August, 2023. A letter was sent on May 5th, 2023. I'm going to make sure I write them down because we don't want to make no error. A letter was sent on May 5th, 2023, informing him of the referral received for investigations regarding his 2021 statutory declarations, and the referral raised concerns about potential illicit enrichment and other issues. So here is the problem. Even if we're not concerned about the veracity, the truth in these documents, I am concerned that my leader, Dr. Andrew Holness, did not tell me as a voter, as an individual, as a citizen, that he knew that he was being questioned. All this time we were operating under the pretext that this was a dopey thing. Nobody know nothing about it. Now, when you look at this report, and this is when you want to ask for facts, if you don't think the money important, the honesty, the truth is important, because you made me feel that nothing ever goes so. And if you have interviews, you have emails, you have meetings, and a one-on-one thing. One of the meetings were held at his office. So tell me, Dion as a Jamaican, even if I don't believe that the Barita people them said the thing right or the bond thing not right, and I adequately earn my money, why would you not tell me that you knew that you were being questioned?
Jamaica's public health system is broken. Every week we hear the horror stories. Long waiting times, no beds, basic equipment not working. Hospitals and clinics are in crisis. While this government cuts ribbons, Jamaicans are being left to suffer in overcrowded, under-resourced facilities like this one. The next PNP government will change this. We're going to shift focus. We want to prioritize actual care for people when they're sick, not these mega projects with huge cost overruns and that can't finish years after they start. Refurbishing every operating theatre, creating urgent care centres island-wide, so people stop waiting days for help on benches or floors. We're going to launch national screening programs to target the biggest killers of our people: cancer, hypertension, which is pressure, diabetes, which is sugar. We want to catch them early so that people's lives can be saved. We will make the investments to ensure that every parish hospital has the equipment it needs to deliver the services required by the people. And stop the outsourcing racket that leaves patients with nothing but bills and delays. And we will support our healthcare workers, not just with words, but with housing, with training opportunities, and with respect. This is not about PR. It's about saving actual people's lives. Next PNP government will deliver proper, decent healthcare for the people of Jamaica. Time come.
Time come, know the history, feel the victory. Time come, people, know the history, feel the victory. Time come.
And the opposition PNP has responded to criticisms about how the party would fund its housing plans if it forms the next government. PNP General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell and PNP President Mark Golding again took the issue on the campaign trail in St. Elizabeth and St. Anne.
We have a plan to build 50,000 affordable houses in our first 5 years in office. And we have identified public lands not suitable for agriculture that we will make available to the National Housing Commission for them to build affordable housing on. And we're not going to include the value of the land in the price of the house.
Every constituency will get at least 500 of those low-income houses built within that constituency. If the house come to $10 million, and the land part of it is $2.5 million under the next PNP government. Any housing scheme that is built or sponsored by the NHT, the people will not pay for the land portion of the price in the house. You will get the land portion for free. They ask, how can we do that? Yes, we can do it because we are not taking out the $11.4 billion to put into the country budget. We are leaving it with the NHC.
Meanwhile, the PNP is also promising a $1 billion fund to give NHT contributors aged 35 years and younger up to $500,000 towards their deposit for a home. Beneficiaries would have to be contributing to the NHT for 2 years.
From Kingston, Jamaica, this is CVM News at 7 for Wednesday, June 11, 2025. I'm Nika Lewis. Thank you so much for having joined us. As politicians on both sides continue to lay out their positions to sway the undecided, the People's National Party mounted a platform in a section of St. Catherine early Wednesday morning, hammering the government heavily, not on anything new, but this time pressing home the need for resources should they take over. More from Curlin Brown.
The central location, the heart of Old Auburn in southwest St. Catherine Wednesday morning, was more than the usual hustle and bustle, as orange was dominant, with people standing not just to protest, but for something and more than just headlines, according to one speaker. Rules. Rules which the party leader and opposition leader Mark Golding says are not only being called out by him and the PNP.
Jamaica has been racked by a government that has been in office for nearly 10 years, and they have continually breached what it takes to govern the country in accordance with principle. The most recent of these things is, of course, the attempt to subvert the true process of the Financial Investigations Division.
In stressing why issues like these matter, the party leader told the gathering they need all the resources they can muster to make life better and fix the country.
We needed money to fix the road network of the country, which has been neglected over the 9 years of the Jamaica Labour Party, and they're scrambling when elections are upon them to spark or to reach, but them can't spark and them not reach because the people of Jamaica don't make up their mind already that this government not ready and them have to go down and the people want change.
Mr. Golding had his strike on the mind blame.
Comrades, they seem to be obsessed with bad mind. They are wallowing in bad mind. All they can talk about is bad mind. When they are the ones who take the truth and turn it into lie. They're the ones who deceive the people by constant misinformation. How can they say that the Cornwall Regional Hospital is anything but a complete disaster for the people of Jamaica? Comrades, we support good mind. We support principle. We support righteousness. We support upliftment of people.
He concluded the end of a government is nigh and they will make it happen. Curlin Brown, CVM News.
We are gathered here today for a worthy cause. I want to say up front that we come in peace. We are an orderly party. We are a party that believes in the laws of the land. We observe the laws of the land. And at no time do we want to divide our people or incite any violence in the society. We come in peace. We are here today because there is a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed. Many persons look at this as just an issue with Mr. Trump. It's not just an issue with Mr. Trump. If you remember correctly, 2 years ago, we saw an annual report from the Integrity Commission. In that report, it stated that 6 parliamentarians were being investigated for illicit enrichment. They have assets that their lawful income cannot justify. We ask our members, first Julian asked in the committee if they inform those persons who are in the investigation, and they said yes. We asked our members and they said they were not contacted. A little after that, members from the media asked the Prime Minister. He said he searched far and wide, and he came up empty. Few days after that, he put a gag order on his members from speaking about it. In a few months after that, he was asked why he's not certified. He said he doesn't know. That was November of 2023. When the annual report came out in 2024, we saw when the number moved from 6 to 8 persons. And then a few months after that, we saw the report of the Prime Minister. And other persons here will go into detail as to what was in that report. It led to the Prime Minister suing on taking the Integrity Commission to court. One, to try and force them to sign his declaration, and 2, to get rid of the law that defines illicit enrichment. All along, there is one accountant that said nothing is wrong with what the Prime Minister has done. And the report was referred to be further investigated by the FID. Now we are seeing where the very individual that said that nothing was wrong is being asked to lead the body that is tasked to investigate the Prime Minister. What can go so wrong for us to put the people first and to put dignity back in Jamaica House? It is time for us to restore Jamaica's good name, locally, regionally, and internationally. And so as we wrap up this morning, I want to say thank you to everyone that came out this morning. We know you had other things that you could be doing this morning. but you paused for a worthy cause. I want to say thank you to those persons who were not intimidated by the words of the Prime Minister that they have a new type of labor right. We don't know what that means. And I want to say to them that we come in peace and we are not afraid. We will not be intimidated. We are defending the rights of the people. I want to thank the policemen and women who are out here this morning maintaining law and order. And I want to say to them in the words of Mama P, help is on its way. And I want to thank persons in the media. And I encourage you not to let this government bully you. We know you can't get information when you go to access to information. We know when you carry certain story and cut off ads to your station. But we are saying to you as well, fret not because help is on its way. And to you, we are at the end of the beginning. There is more to come. We will be on the road defending the rights of the people. So keep your ears cocked because you will be hearing from us shortly. We are also checking with our good lawyers who beat them every time in a court, you know. If we should take this matter to court. And I hear the man that called the election in the middle of COVID 6 months early, saying now that he's not ready. He can run, but he cannot hide. Call the election and let us restore dignity to Jamaica. God bless you and have a good morning.
Greetings, each and every one, all supporters, all Jamaicans who have come here to National Hero Circle this morning to join in this peaceful protest. We're meeting to defend a very critical principle. We are meeting to defend the governance of this country in a way that is consistent with our Constitution and our democratic traditions. The Prime Minister has problems. The Integrity Commission has investigated him and they are not satisfied with their findings. They have not been able to certify his annual declarations as being in good order. They have referred the matter for further investigation to the Financial Investigations Division, a critical law enforcement investigative agency. There is a whole lot of issues at stake. There's a question of the 28 bank accounts. There's a question of the cash deposits from anonymous sources to his bank account of millions of dollars. There is over $470 million of flows moving between his various accounts in many thousands of transactions. There's the fact that his companies which are involved in those transactions file nil returns with the tax department. And there is the fact that Positive Jamaica Foundation, a non-profit entity that goes out and solicits donations for worthy causes, which is under his control, provided resources to his personal company to make financial investments on his behalf. All of these are serious allegations. And these are matters which the person who they have just appointed to head the FID, the Financial Investigations Division, has said there's nothing untoward or wrong. You cannot have a man who's defending the person on the investigation being put in charge of the agency that is tasked with doing the investigation. There's a clear conflict of interest. There is manifest bias. And furthermore, the very requirements for the post were deliberately watered down so as to facilitate the outcome of his appointment. Jamaica must stand against this erosion of good governance, this defilement of principle. And that is why we're gathering here today to state to the Jamaican people, we do not support this. We stand against this. Time come for good governance in the country. Time come for a government that is above board. Time come for a new government that the people can have trust and confidence in, that can rescue Jamaica from the corruption and the mire of bad governance in which Jamaica is now enmeshed. Only the People's National Party can do that under my leadership, and I plan to deliver that for the people of Jamaica so we can move forward and address the very real issues that our people are facing. Issues of the cost of living and the struggle for survival. The poor nutrition represented by the food insecurity of 55% of our people. The school system failing our students, where over 30% of our students leave primary school illiterate, unable to do basic arithmetic. And the housing crisis, where there's a huge unmet demand for affordable housing in the country, when the government has for the last 10 years been taking $11.4 billion every year out of the National Housing Trust, depleting it of resources with which to provide affordable housing for the people. These are all issues that we are focused on and that we have plans to solve for the Jamaican people. But ethical government, honest government, government in which the people can have trust, must be at the center of the delivery of those programs and solutions. And this Dennis Chuck situation is symptomatic of the erosion and corruption of governance in this country. And that is why we are standing here today to register our peaceful protest. It is nothing to do with bad mind. It is good mind at play. Good mind supporting good governance. Good mind fighting against corruption. Good mind standing against conflicts of interest. Good mind standing against cronyism and nepotism. And for the Prime Minister to call upon his supporters to protest today against bad mind was a new low in the governance of this country and reflects the desperation mind that was a new low, because he knows that the people of Jamaica have had enough of this government under his leadership and they want change, and we will.
From the parliamentary opposition regarding the $31 million neurosurgical drill purchased by the Southeast Regional Health Authority.
At a press conference today, opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Alfred Dawes, said an internal investigation revealed that the company that won the bid purchased two similar drills of the same make and model for only $250,000 Jamaican dollars. Around the same time, the drill was sold to Sarah.
As Kalisha Williams reports, the opposition is calling for Sarah to immediately tell the country whether the drills are the same.
Speaking at the office of the opposition leader today, opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Alfred Dawes, outlined the findings of his investigation into the $31 million drill that was purchased by the Southeast Regional Health Authority, SARA, for the Bustamante Hospital for Children. In his opening address, Dr. Dawes told journalists that his findings revealed blatant corruption within the health ministry and a hijacking of the procurement process for the drill.
In November last year, just before the drill was purchased by Sarah for the Bustamante Hospital for Children for $31,500,000, two drills of the same type, EM200, same manufacturer, same specifications, same model numbers, were brought in by one company, the company that won the bid to supply that $31 million drill.
And in assessing the invoice for the drill from the manufacturer,
we see that it was not a new drill. They were refurbished drills with a purchase price of $1,600. That was the declared value, and they paid $90,000 in customs fees, bringing the grand total, landed the same drill model number, specifications, landed in Jamaica, cost nowhere close to $31 million, but 250,000 Jamaican dollars.
Which means, according to Dr. Dawes, that the drills that the company purchased for 250,000 Jamaican dollars had the same specifications as the drill that the same company sold Sarah for $31 million. And so, he said Sarah has several questions to answer.
Is the $31 million drill at the Bustamante Hospital for Children one of these drills that were imported in November last year? Yes or no? If it is a case where the drill that was purchased from the same company just after these two drills were imported is a different drill, what was the justification for paying $31 million for a drill that could have been bought and landed in Jamaica for less than 300,000 Jamaican dollars?
When the concerns were first raised by the opposition earlier this year, chairman of Sarah Wentworth Charles defended the purchase and stated that it was the best offer following consultations with senior neurosurgeons. However, in going further, the opposition said it will be sending these two files with the results of the investigation to the Integrity Commission and the Auditor General.
We're asking for a fulsome investigation into the procurement process of this neurosurgical drill.
Kelisha Williams, TVJ News.
PNP General Secretary has responded to recent comments by Prime Minister Dr. Andrea Holness, who urged Jamaicans to choose a leader with a proven track record.
When you have something that is life and death, like you have a surgery to do, and you go to find a doctor, you're not going to simply take a recommendation for your doctor. You have your country to run. You have the doctor who has performed, who has shown you what he can do. And then, with the most illogical reasoning, you say, sure, me not go with the doctor. We have a proven track record. Me go with the doctor where you don't know. Eh? What kind of reason is that?
We all know that if you are going to choose a doctor, one of the first thing that you want to know is that your doctor is registered and certified. I could never get up to choose a doctor that the Medical Council of Jamaica has not certified to say yes, it can go. We have to apply each year to be certified. Our Prime Minister has not been certified for 4 years. So if we're going to choose a leader of the country, we're choosing Mark Jefferson Bolo because he's certified.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen this before. What we're seeing here is a prime minister, a legislator, asking the court to strike out Section 14(5) of the Corruption Prevention Act, which is the section that establishes the offense of illicit enrichment.
Oh my goodness. So
interesting. I don't think I've seen.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
The People's National Party Youth Organization and the PNP Patriots acknowledge the unrelenting efforts of the Jamaica Constabulary Force in tracking down the man identified as a person of interest in the horrific rape and murder of 9-year-old Kelsey Farragon. News of his death in a confrontation with law enforcement marks the end of a manhunt, but it does not close the chapter on this national tragedy. While the nation applauds the swift and determined response of the police in pursuing justice for Kelsey, this incident underscores a far more systemic and troubling reality. Jamaica's justice system is failing to adequately prevent, deter, and address sexual violence, especially against our children. The fact that predators continue to act with such impunity is a damning indictment on our justice system. It calls into question how capable the system truly is in not only pursuing offenders, but in rehabilitating and reforming individuals who commit such heinous acts. We're therefore calling on the government to immediately pass the legislation tabled by Mark Golding in 2016, which seeks to introduce harsher penalties for crimes against women and children. This bill has sat dormant for far too long. Our children cannot afford further delays. Additionally, we call for the urgent establishment of a multi-stakeholder panel to review and make recommendations for improving public accessibility to the National Sex Offenders Registry. This measure is not only about deterrence, it is about protecting vulnerable communities, empowering families, and ensuring that survivors do not suffer in silence while predators move unseen. The killing of the accused may bring some relief to a grieving nation, but it is no substitute for the kind of justice system that provides protection, deterrence, rehabilitation, and transparency. We cannot continue to address violence with reactionary measures. Jamaica needs urgent structural reform to protect its children and uphold the rule of law. Kelsey Farragon deserved to live. Let her death not be in vain. Let us now ignite the comprehensive reform that this country so desperately needs.
And visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP.
You have an advocate in me. The word from a former retired police officer to police personnel if his party forms the next government. Steve McGregor, who is representing the PNP in Kingston Central, is promising to improve the standard of living for police personnel. He was speaking at a recent constituency meeting.
Dressing up in blue suit and blue frock no means say you support police.
PNP candidate for Kingston Central Steve McGregor taking a jab at JLP supporters who claim his party is not in support of police personnel. The former police officer has highlighted the challenges within the JCF when it comes to pension payments. He served the force for 41 years and retired in January 2024.
The first time I got a pension payment and the first tranche was in February this year. 1 whole year I waited before I got any money. And I know that there are police officers who have not gotten theirs as yet. Some probably have even died before getting. I remember when Comrade Bunting was the Minister of National Security. They put a retired police officer, God bless his soul, Lucius Thomas, in place where they would ensure that all retired police officers got their pay within 2 months of their retirement. That is leadership, and that has been shelved. So when they're behaving as if they are for the police, nothing goes up. I want them to hurry up and pay the retroactive payment that they have for the police and other government workers, because they are waiting until close to when they call the election as if it's a special favor that they are doing for these workers. It is something that they are obligated to do.
Mr. McGregor says some police personnel who use firearms in the line of duty are denied permits to have a personal gun because of where they live.
Now, when I am the Member of Parliament for Central Kingston and I am in the cabinet alongside Comrade Bunting, I will ensure that nothing goes up. We are going to ensure that there's a special line for our police officers that can expedite their application so that they can get a firearm if they want one, because they are giving their lives, they are putting their lives on the line for us.
He also pledged to give some concession to police personnel applying for a licensed gun. In the meantime, Mr. McGregor reiterated support for body-worn cameras and less lethal weapons. He also promised increased training to handle critical incidents.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
This is Nikisha Birchall, the PNP's MP caretaker for South St. James. You see, once again, we've heard the grand speeches. This time at the Montpelier Agricultural Show on Easter Monday, where the Minister of Agriculture, Floyd Green, announced that the government will spend $600 billion to revitalize the Montpelier Agricultural Research Station. Now, on paper, that sounds impressive. But so did last year's promise to plant 3,000 acres of ackee, breadfruit, and mango in South St. James. And based on our checks, not one of those trees have been planted. Not one. Every year, we're used as props for press releases and pretty speeches. Tired promises, empty gestures. But let me be clear. South St. James deserves investment, not a minister's imagination. Agriculture is not just about a talking point for ministers to score points. It is the backbone of survival and opportunity in rural Jamaica. Our farmers break their backs every single day to feed the country, to sustain their communities, and to build a better future. But how can we grow when the government doesn't take our work seriously? The mood I saw at the agricultural show this year wasn't hope. When they listened to the minister, it was more a matter of frustration. People weren't moved. They were insulted. And our farmers know when they are being played for votes, and they're tired of it. Let's be honest. $600 billion with no timeline, no clear plan, and no community consultation. That's not a strategy. That's a stage line. It sounded like something the minister made up to impress a crowd, but we don't need theater. We need a serious, grounded plan for our agriculture. Meanwhile, the real needs are being ignored. Where's the irrigation support? Where's the land prep assistance? Where are the farm roads? Where are the processing facilities and the access to proper markets? We still have farmers in South St. James who lost everything during Hurricane Beryl. And to this day, they haven't received so much as a bag of fertilizer to help them bounce back. That's not just a failure of policy, that's a failure of leadership. So I'm saying to Minister Floyd Green, get realistic, sir. Leave the office. Come to South St. James. Talk to the farmers, because who feels it knows it. We support the restoration of the Montpelier station, yes, of course, but only if it's done right, with local input, with urgency, and with real, measurable benefits for our farmers. Don't come with the headlines and the hollow words. Come with action. Come with respect. Come with a plan that shows you truly value our farmers, because it's time we get serious about agriculture, because agriculture won't grow on promises.
Our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP.
We also spoke about how we can incentivize businesses. We want businesses to be the backbone of our growth. And when we look at our businesses, our micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises are the foundation of that growth. We're saying we're going to give them incentives. For the first 3 years of the operation, we're going to waive corporate income tax. Now, why are we doing this? Many MSMEs stay outside the formal system to avoid paying tax. We want them to come into the formal system. But we're saying go there, grow your business, sell your services, sell your goods, and you don't have to worry about corporate income tax for the first 3 years. We're also saying we're going to ensure that you have good access to DBJ money. There's DBJ money, but the way it is structured, many of them can't access it. Why? because the fees, the upfront fees that are required, for example, if you take out a $10 million loan, 5% fees, right? $500,000, you may not be in a position to find that money upfront. We're saying we're going to put that at the back end of the loan, extend the payment cycle so that you don't have to find the money upfront and you can access the money. When I sit in Parliament, it bothers me that there's so many occasions where we have to return money that is allocated to the DBJ because people can't access it. So we want to make government more efficient. We want to provide the support for all micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises that they can grow. They're the engine of growth.
When you have staff working in those environments where they have to be using a flashlight to diagnose if there's air outside of the lungs, then you're setting them up for medical legal issues. Nobody wants to put their degree at risk. Nobody wants to sacrifice their careers for delivering substandard care. And it's very difficult to have to keep on telling parents why their babies died when you know that because you can't get back results, because you can't make a decision, because you don't have the tools to treat them. You're watching babies die because of late diagnoses, because urgent medical issues become emergency issues. And with a higher death rate, it's not acceptable.
We're wrapping up a discussion with Dr. Alfred Dawes. He's the opposition spokesperson on health and wellness, and he's been talking to us about his concerns about reports of the death of 24 newborns in June at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, which is the Caribbean's largest specialist maternity, English-speaking Caribbean, largest maternity hospital. And I wanted to ask you, Dr. Dawes, appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. We hear Sarah saying that they are conducting an investigation and they said that will guide any interventions. Tell us for you a public health epidemiological investigation. Sorry, not laughing at it, laughing at myself. Yeah, what do you want to see come out of that investigation? What for you is critical?
That investigation, it is just an attempt to placate the public and to stem outrage. How many babies died in December last year? How many babies died in September last year? Sarah needs to make those two data points public. Did they have any investigations at that time? Because those were two outlier months where the death rates were very high, but there was no public outcry. Had they done the necessary investigations back then, could it be that they would have prevented the deaths of so many of these babies that we're now talking about now? We have to remember these are not statistics. These are babies that were carried for sometimes up to 9 months by mothers who are now grieving. Their families who are grieving. They are expectant mothers now who are worried because the condition, it's not like it's an outbreak of a virus or bacteria where you can say you fix it and things are back to normal. These are conditions that exist and will continue to exist until the political will is finally taken to fix the situation. So I'm not going down that road to say that we must wait on the results of the investigation. That investigation should have been triggered from last year when they had the issues. We had a dead baby scandal just before the 2020 elections. Questions were tabled in Parliament. The minister had dodged the responses that were required of him. And then we went into an election and everybody forgot about it. And then it was business as usual. Nothing came out of it. All this is PR and nothing more. And Jamaicans need to understand that enough is enough. This is something that we have been talking about from the PNP administration. At that time, I was called a Labourite. And now they're saying that the same people who were championing my cause back then are the ones now trying to discredit and brush aside and obfuscate the data. And it needs to stop. We cannot be in a position as we were 10 years ago, and it's worse.
All right.
So what they're saying is just not going to placate anybody. There's enough outrage there. And I'm going to ask this question. In 2015, with 18 babies dead over the span of 3 months, over 2 hospitals, opposition leader Andrew Holness called for the resignation of the Minister of Health. Now we have 24 babies dead over the span of less than a month in 1 hospital. What is Prime Minister Andrew Holness saying about the tenure of his Minister of Health?
Gonna leave it there. We appreciate your time as always, Dr. Dawes. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure.
Dr. Alfred Dawes is the opposition spokesperson on health and wellness. All right, serious issues there, folks. So let us take a breath as we transition into the next part of our program.
Meanwhile, the political heat is rising over Jamaica's rural school bus initiative as Transport Minister Darrell Vaz and Opposition Senator Damian Crawford traded sharp words over the scope and sustainability of the program. At the heart of the dispute is the government's $1.4 billion investment in 110 new school buses, 25 of which arrived recently. Opposition Senator Damian Crawford blasted the plan as untargeted and inadequate, arguing it will only serve a fraction of the students in need. The university lecturer insists it's just not adding up. In fact, based on his calculations, he deems servicing 328,000 students daily an impossible task during peak hours alone.
If it is to service 328,000, you will have to make 328,000 divided by 4,800. It would have to make 68 trips each day. So based on Bvrclips' calculation, his bus system in the period of 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. would make 68 trips. Each bus would make 68 trips. And the total, all buses would make 68 times 100, 6,800 trips per day. That is impossible, Bvrclips. And it is a shame that both the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance were in line nodding with this ridiculous calculation.
But on several platforms in recent weeks, the minister slammed the opposition for what he deemed their negativity towards the initiative, insisting this will provide a solution for students in rural parishes struggling to get to and from school.
258 schools, 328,000 students in the first phase. Within 2 years, we will be able to cover the 850 schools. 650,000 students will be able to go to school every morning.
Meanwhile, in a hotly worded quick calculation video by the PNP making sense of the proposition, Crawford contends the government's plan simply won't work, at least not how it's so far been marketed to the masses.
100 buses can transport on a daily basis 328,000 students. Now please remember, all students go to school every single day, and so they will need that transportation. Now it is impossible that the bus can make 68 trips per day. Now to the contrary, if Bvrclips says that each student would not get the bus each day, then of the 190 days that the students are supposed to go to school, they would be able to access this bus only 3 days of the 190 days if it is going to service 328,000 students. So Bvrclips, there's nothing correct about what you have calculated.
The buses powered by compressed natural gas are part of a broader plan to deploy 300 units over 3 years. Students on PATH will ride for free, while others will pay a flat $50 fare.
Stop using ChatGPT for prompts. Use it for systems to automate half of your life. It's 2025. AI can build a pro-level website within a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you're still asking it how to write emails? Seriously? You've got one of the most powerful tools ever invented sitting right in front of you, and you're barely scratching the surface. Tomorrow, we kick off the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable.
General Secretary, my brother and friend, Comrade Dayton Campbell, Comrade candidates, comrades one and all, good night to each and every one of you. So, I got up this morning, and when I wake up this morning, I prayed for each and every one of you. Because in the next 6 weeks, you'll be walking in victory lane in the People's National Party. So, I speak on the portfolio of water. But my General Secretary said to me tonight, he want me to prosecute a case. And Comrade Donna said, I've been called to the bar of the People's National Party. So, party leader, I walk with some money in my pocket tonight. Because they talk about prosperity. So I walk with $1 US. Because all the prosperity in this country is tied to this $1 US. So I go and take you tonight, I go and prosecute the case tonight from 2016 to 2025. So in 2016, the US dollar was 128. The Jamaican if you're buying the US dollar, you had to come up with $128.44. In 2017, it was $125. In 2018, it was $127.72. In 2019, it was $132.57. In 2020, it was $142.65. In 2021, it was $155.09. In 2022, it was in 2024, it was $156.42. And the year that they asked you for prosperity and to give them a third term, it was $160.36 in the year 2025. Comrades, on the 10th year of this government,
this is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
Competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community.
There you go. So I know you have clean-hearted and nice comrades in Hanover. You know. I still want to come a little bit closer, though. No business. I want to come a little bit closer in a PMP business. Comrade Brown, your time.
Good evening, comrade. This is time for devotion. I'm going to ask you to join with me and sing this song. I must have the Savior. I must have the Savior. All right. I must have the Savior with me, for I did not walk alone. I must feel His presence near me, and His arms around me thrown. Then my soul shall fear no ill. Let He lead me where He will. I will go without a murmur, and His footsteps follow still. Then my soul shall fear no ill. Let He lead me where He will. I will go without a murmur, and His footsteps follow still. As I pray this evening,
the following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready.
Call the election now.
People, welcome to the live, I'm telling you, I'm not playing no song, And copyright is serious. You understand? So, this is the no song playing stream. So, once me hear the song, I go up on mute and wait till the song done. You understand? And if people don't want to listen, this live stream because of that, I totally understand. But, too much work. Me have too much work for me hands. Me can't clear off song every minute off a whole video. Me have things, I don't even understand here, man. This thing, a 4 channel me I manage one time. It's very time consuming. You understand? All when me I try chill out, me still at work. But big up on yourself and thanks for being here, you know what I mean? That is it. So, me make sure I put it on the title, Music Free Live Coverage of the PMP Hanover Parish meeting. Good? That is it. Alright, and big up BOJ TV, big up Team PMP Jamaica on YouTube. So them a stream over this as well. So, we just use one of them stream there and do it, don't it? Yeah, them give, BOJ give me permission, we can use it as long as him number and thing pop up. I'm there I show him out, so it look like him stop make the number and something pop up. So he can get more business. You see me? That is it. The word is love. Alright.
Time come. Some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes.
Why, Bolo? Some are got charged for corruption.
For crime being put in place. And I think you're mature soldiers patrolling the streets. It has to start with healing ourselves and our communities and giving our at-risk youth a second chance to become productive citizens. Many of you will know a young person that the education system failed, who, if he or she had that second chance through mentorship, training, remedial education, and job placement, could become a positive contributor to our society instead of chopping and pushing badness. Time come to use your vote to change that. Find out everything you need to know about voting at markgoldingja.com/vote. Remember, get out and vote. Your voice, your vote, your choice. Domestic violence is higher than ever. Violent crime is fed by a general lack of moral norms, discipline, and behavioral standards in this society. We must address this. Time come to establish legislation with effective mechanisms and remedies to protect survivors. Time come to implement support centers in every parish to provide safe havens for the survivors of domestic violence and sexual assaults. Your vote matters.
Jamaican people want better.
Education. Education is the best antidote to poverty, passing from this generation to the next. Your vote can help to make tertiary education more accessible to everyone. Your vote can help eliminate the requirement of a guarantor for students to access a student loan. It can help to cap student loan payments at a manageable percentage of your actual income so that the state, not you, the student, bears the risks of low pay or unemployment. And if you lose your job and you're unemployed, we will suspend loan payments and tack them to the back end of your loan without any penalties. That's what your vote can do. Find out everything you need to know about voting at markgoldingja.com/vote. Remember, get out and vote. Your voice, your vote, your choice. Our environment. We need a government that means what it says when it comes to protecting our environment. The cockpit country, our rivers, our mangroves, coral reefs, and our beaches. That doesn't just say nice sounding things at international climate conventions, but meanwhile allows what's happening here in Jamaica to destroy our natural environment permanently. We need a government that ensures that the National Environmental and Planning Agency, NEPA, is really independent and can protect us. That will amend the law so that there are heavy penalties on big polluters who recklessly damage our country. We know climate change is real and we're willing to fight for change. Find out everything you need to know about voting at markgoldingja.com/vote. Remember, get out and vote. Your voice, your vote, your choice. Jobs and wages. So many of you said you wanted to become successful, to help out your families and enjoy your life. Do you realize that many of the world's largest businesses today are in the same age range as many of you? Amazon is 28, Google 24, Facebook 18, Instagram 12, and TikTok is 6. New technologies will continue to disrupt and supersede existing industries. And as the world goes increasingly digital, Jamaica must not be left behind. We need our own digital transformation, bringing affordable broadband internet to every Jamaican home to help our young Jamaicans to compete and outshine their peers across the world. Your vote can help us to make those necessary changes. Find out everything you need to know about voting at markgoldingja.com/vote. Remember, get out and vote. Your voice, your vote, your choice.
There comes a point in each person's life where they are tasked with an important decision. A decision that may affect not only them, but also their country.
Change don't come. Change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will.
A decision to keep things the way they are. Or a decision that will bring meaningful change. We choose change to provide wider access to homes and land ownership, for good health care.
There's a travel advisory issued by the U.S. State Department advising of the poor state of our hospitals and the prohibitive costs associated with accessing private health care.
And access to quality education from early childhood to the tertiary level. A change to decrease crime and give our youths a chance. A change from unfulfilled promises to renewed trust. A change from corruption to good governance.
I were in your position, I would take for myself and hand over to someone else who is not compromised.
We choose a Jamaica that is run democratically, not autocratically. We choose a Jamaica where if you break the law, you pay the price, no matter who you are. If, like me, you truly want a better future for all Jamaicans, not just a few, then make the decision to choose change for yourself, for your family, and for Jamaica.
The following message is brought to you by the People's National Party.
People time come. People time come. People time come. My people time come. People time come.
Proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Not one new high school built in 9 years. Children learning in church halls. Desks falling apart. Termite damaged roofs. Is that choosing Jamaica? The PNP will invest in education again because we choose you.
%300% pay raise for MPs.
The truth is you get the quality of governance that you elect. And every government is afraid to touch it because if you touch it, people say you don't deserve it. Why we should pay you more and the country not running well? The country not running well because of that very reason.
Public work has been waiting years for theirs.
I mean, we've done our homework, so I don't know
So,
that these salaries
you don't want me to share with the public.
put parliamentarians and ministers in Jamaica higher than any other country in the Caribbean
You're trying
region.
to stop me from sharing.
No, I'm not.
They say choose Jamaica, but it's clear they've been choosing themselves for nearly a decade. The PNP believes in a fair deal for our public sector workers. We choose you.
Jamaica's public health.
Going to Walden University really helped me a lot. My way to my career was unconventional. I was the youngest female Caymanian where I didn't have
Hospitals and clinics are in crisis. While this government cuts ribbons, Jamaicans are being left to suffer in overcrowded, under-resourced facilities like this one. The next PNP government will change this. We're going to shift focus. We want to prioritize actual care for people when they're sick, not these mega projects with huge cost overruns and that can't finish years after they start. Refurbishing every operating theatre, creating urgent care centres island-wide so people stop waiting days for help on benches or floors. We're going to launch national screening programs to target the biggest killers of our people: cancer, hypertension, which is pressure, diabetes, which is sugar. We want to catch them early so that people's lives can be saved. We will make the investments to ensure that every parish hospital has the equipment it needs to deliver the services required by the people. And stop the outsourcing racket that leaves patients with nothing but bills and delays. And we will support our healthcare workers, not just with words, but with housing, with training opportunities, and with respect. This is not about PR, it's about saving actual people's lives. Next PNP government will deliver proper, decent healthcare for the people of Jamaica.
Comrades, are you ready? Comrades, are you ready? Comrade General Secretary of the party, Dr. Dayton Campbell, other blood and fire comrades on the platform. Comrades all, respect is due. Young Jamaica and G2K, those are the youth arms of the Labour Party. They have a slogan where them use, where them say, them did affy be a Labourite. But I say to you this evening, oh faithful comrades, go tell it on the mountains, over the hills and everywhere, that I could never be a Labourite, for I am fundamentally incompatible with the Jamaica Labour Party. I could never be a Labourite because I have long chosen Jamaica. And because I have chosen Jamaica, I cannot choose the Jamaica Labour Party. Because simply, the two choices are mutually exclusive. They are like oil and water, comrades. They can't coexist. So when they come to you and they tell you to choose Jamaica, tell them that if you are in fact to do so, then ipso facto, you must reject the Labour Party. And right across the island, the people of Jamaica are rejecting Andrew Holness and his Labour Party. Comrades, for almost 2 years ago, the party asked me to work alongside a very brilliant man, Julian Robinson, to shadow the finance portfolio and to speak on matters of the economy. And I've traveled from Kingston this evening to talk to you about the economy. The reality is that we are at a very critical moment in our economic history. The country, comrades, faces two very distinct choices. On the economy, we can continue down a path where only a very few benefit, or we can choose a future where every Jamaican has a fair shot at a better life. Your current economic circumstances will not improve under the Labour Party. In fact, they will only get worse. The current economy that we have today is not working for majority of Jamaicans. And that is because the economy is trapped in a vicious cycle of low growth, low quality jobs that only produce low wages, where you will never be able to access and sustain upward socioeconomic mobility. The reality is that too many Jamaicans have to work far too hard and still can't move up, while only a small few are climbing the socio-economic ladder. That is untenable, that is unacceptable, that cannot continue, and that will change under the next People's National Party administration. The government has been going across the country talking about their big, beautiful economy. And they are no doubt banking on their economic record to secure the third term. But I want to tell you that there's a difference between, as economists, what we call macroeconomic stability and the real economy. You see, comrades, we as a country have been able to stabilize the macroeconomy, not because of the work of the labor rights, but because of the hard and difficult choices, the structural reforms that were put in place by the last People's National Party under the leadership of former Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller. What we are experiencing today in terms of that macroeconomic stability are the delayed dividends of those unpopular, difficult economic choices that Dr. Peter Phillips had to take. So we celebrate the stability that we have today, but there's a difference between that stability and the real economy. The real economy is that part of the economy that affects your daily life. It's about the job, it's about prices, it's about what we produce as a country, it's about what you choose to consume, it's about what you can buy, it's about the wages you earn. That part of the economy is not holding up. And we look at the low unemployment rate, and I'm not questioning the integrity of the employment data, because I know you have some so-called analysts who come on certain radio station and they twist and bend what the PNP says for their own political agenda. So let me make it absolutely clear this evening. I am not questioning the employment data, the integrity of the employment data. I am simply educating the people about what makes up that data. Because from Norman Manley days, PNP said education when Bustamante said sardine. So we are educating the people. The reality is that if someone works for 1 hour in the week, in that very week when Statin goes out to collect its economic data, they are counted as employed. In Andrew's economy, working for 1 hour cannot put food on the table. In the truest sense of what employed is, when you work for 1 hour, you can't send the people them go to school. So whilst they can use it for economic data, when we tell you that life is very hard on the ground, we don't want you to tell us that we have record low unemployment, because the reality is that what is being shown in the data is not being reflected in the lives of the people. And what matters most is what is taking place in the lives of the people. So we have an economy that is somewhat stable on paper, but where it matters most is having serious problems. On day one, the People's National Party agenda will be to grow the economy. Because it is through growth in the economy that you will be able to generate the high quality jobs so that you can earn better wages, so that you can move up the socio-economic ladder. It will be a difficult task, but Team PNP is ready for that mission. It will not be like the commitment made by the Holness government when they came in office in 2016. You remember 5 and 4? Nothing meaningful came out of that. In fact, the only growth that we have seen meaningful is growth in the number of bank accounts that the Prime Minister has owned over those 8 years. Nothing meaningful to improve the lives of the people. Over their first 4 years, from 2016, prior to the pandemic in 2020, the average growth rate was less than 2%. And that is after they promised us 5% growth in 4 years. They even established an economic growth council. Nothing came out of that. The only thing that we have seen from this government with respect to growth is growth that cannot give you an upward mobility in life. And we reject that from the Holness administration. In their 11th hour of their second term, they have come to us talking about this Aspire initiative that is designed to catalyst growth. The reality is that the Aspire program will expire before it produces anything substantial. And it offers, comrades, little beyond rhetoric, and it lacks the substance necessary to grow the economy. The People's National Party's plan to grow the economy is very clear. We must transition from the low state of growth that we have. We must prioritize exports and expansion of the industrial economy. And the reality is that the private sector alone can't do it. The government cannot be a passive observer anymore. The government has to identify those sectors and those industries that have the potential to produce high-end products, that have the capacity to expand and to support them, to provide incentives to them. One of the incentives under the People's National Party will be research and development. We're going to provide tax incentives for companies that employ greater research and development in their corporation to advance efficiency and to advance the growth agenda. Comrades, growth and more growth is a primary objective of the People's National Party. So I urge you in this election, choose Julian Robinson for Finance Minister over Pro-Box Favour Williams. I urge you to choose Mark Jefferson Golden over Andrew Holness. Choose the People's National Party. Comrades, the word is love.
Yes, indeed. Put some volume on this mic, please, engineer. Comrades, give the young man a round of applause again. And you know, sir, I threw me touch him in him back. While he come down now because he could continue and go on and on again. The PNP is the party with the bright young people. Give him a round of applause again. Big up yourself, Comrade Cleveland. Yeah, man, him did well. Spoken like a good future finance minister for the PNP. Remember, I said we believe in education, you know. I man say a while ago, choose Julian Robinson over Pro-Box Favour. Boy, that they thought I touch TikTok tomorrow, man, you know, I'm sure about it. Comrades, while young Comrade Cleveland was making his presentation, a man who is also believing in education, a product of the PNP, a lawyer, the spokesperson on land, MP in Clarendon Southwest, Lothian cousin join us. Give him a warm welcome in Sandy Bay, in Hanover. Welcome, Comrade Lothian. All right, now, me I tell you the truth, you know, I like Hanover and I want a piece of the seaside land enough, you know, so I can get a little summer yard when I left Mandeville. Mandeville is the only big town, you know, have no sea, you know. So I want to come somewhere where we have a little seaside. Not true? Not true. Good PNP have to look out for other PNP, not true? Exactly. Comrades, I call up now a young lady from the neighboring parish of St. James, the youngest senator in not just Jamaica but in the Caribbean, the president of the PMP youth organization, I say in Sandy Bay, in Hanover. Make welcome Senator Gabriel Morris.
Anything mama we ever.
Let me acknowledge members, Comrade Heather Miller Bennett and Comrade Andrea Perkins. And I want to send a special big up to you, the workers, the warriors, the blood and fire comrades of the People's National Party. The word is love. Comrades, I greet you all the way from Northwest St. Anne, where we intend to make sure that that constituency is in the winning column for the People's National Party. This evening, I want to talk about the future, because some of them are sing about clocks, them are sing about crepe, them are sing about kickers. But over on this side, we are taking this thing serious. Because this is not just another election. It is a decider of our future. For the children, for your grandchildren, for your children's children's, for your family. And so the People's National Party, we are on a mission to ensure that every Jamaican can have a better life. I want to tell you a little story. I was walking in a place that they call Bethel Town in a St. Anne. And a young man stopped me and said, Miss Gabby, hold on there. And he said, me I go tell you the truth. Me vote for the next side last election. And he whispered in my ear, say, me look do I know. And me take a stock. Say last election, them put $5,000 in my hand. And you know, say me no see them back from that. And I look on him and I say, fool you one time, shame on you. I'm going to see if you're going to make them fool you again. I have been walking the hills and valleys, and the young people of this country, they have recognized that the other side no mean them no good. But on this side, we are building a future for young people in this country that need something.
Leroy Wilson, subscribe to the channel.
Believe in education. Cleveland just tell you what Buster did say. But we build school, And this time around, the People's National Party is saying that we are going to prioritize education. From the baby level, we're starting from there. Early childhood, we are making sure that our children are ready. When we go to the primary school level, we recognize, and a lot of mothers come to me and say, boy, Miss Gabby, me want them go school, you know, but me no height, me no hobby. And so we have recognized that we have to bring a program that will allow our children to get to school, and when them de school, we don't want them learn for hungry belly. So we have brought two programs, the RIDE program and the EASE program. RIDE program means that we will give your children an transportation subsidy, because we know sometime it's $2,000 and $1,000 we have to spend to send them to school. So if I Ashkinish primary, me say good? Yes, me say good. Or is Green Island Primary. We want to make sure that your children can get to school without you having to take a bag of money out of the pocket. And when they get to school, we are saying that we will give them one healthy meal per day. So whether it's Green Island High, whether it's Rhodes Hall, they are getting a meal when they go to school so them can learn and give us the educational outcomes that we want to see. When we look at the university level, I meet a lot of young people. Them do everything right in life. Them make sure them take them book, them behave themselves. But when you look, them can't afford to go further than high school. The People's National Party is introducing a first in the family scholarship that will afford young people an opportunity to go to university for free. That is what the People's National Party is about. And so when we say young people are not just hype, but we are bringing substance, we are changing lives, we are making sure that we can give you an opportunity to build a future. I want to mention one last program, because in this country, we struggle with poverty. And there are many young people, remember, you know, we have a prime minister who promised young people 10,000 houses. And all now we look, we can't see them. Young people are seeing $40 million house what they can't afford. The People's National Party is promising young people that we will introduce affordable housing. We have a young owners deposit fund where, guess what? We are giving you $500,000 as a deposit on your first home. So some of them are give $5,000, we are give house key. We are making sure that we build your future one block at a time, one scholarship at a time, one house key at a time, because we believe in a better life. Not for some Jamaicans, but for all Jamaicans. And so, Hanover, I know that the choice is clear. I want you to make sure that these beautiful and intelligent women get up there to the parliament. And I know I don't have to ask you, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Western Hanover, Eastern Hanover, are you
no doubt
ready?
banking on their economic.
The word is always no.
Yes, indeed.
Senator and President of the People's National Party Youth Organization, Senator Gabriel Morris.
Can relate, they find this
and the next Member of Parliament for St. Anne North West. Comrades, you know, say, while Comrade Senator was speaking, the big man, the man who make everybody at Jamaica have not one, not two, maybe a 3, 4, 4, no have. Comrade Connection Boss Philip Palwell made his way into Sandy Bay. Yeah, man. You think him done work yet? Wait till PMP win and you see how people get connectivity in a light, in a communications, in a Wi-Fi. Big up yourself, Comrade Palwell. History will be kind to you. I want to big up Comrade, see my friend over there, sir. Cornwall Mountain. There, I go and support. You know true? She there same way. Comrades, you know, so before me call up the next speaker, I want to hold a little vibe just so before me call up the next speaker. Music man, you ready for me? Let me see if Sandy Bay people them ready. Let me see if them ready. Drop it, Lover's Choice. We PMP them are faithful every day. Never switch. Never waver. Wave your hand in a Sandy Bay. 7 love will give them enough. Yeah, man. Hanover, east and west. Yes.
Time come. Some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes.
Them could have hide. Them could have hide. Look more them can hide.
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
I think, neuter it and make it ineffective.
Seven Love, the only parish that is standing tall for the PMP in Jamaica when I have no labor right when they come to councillors. So with that said, I bring to you the man who's leading that charge, the mayor of Lucy, the councillor for the Cardwell division. Make welcome in Sandy Bay, His Worship the Mayor, Sheridan Samuels, Mayor of Lucy.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade General Secretary, Comrade Shadow Ministers, Comrade Caretaker from Cornwall Mountain, other on the platform, Comrade councillors from Eastern and Western Hanover. You want me to name them? Comrade Winter McIntosh from the Chester Castle Division. Comrade Lennox Frey from the Hopewell Division. Comrade Brian Chambers from the Lucy Division. Comrade Darren Barnes from the Riverside Division. Comrade Marvel Sewell from the Green Island Division. And Comrade Deputy Mayor, our pearl, our pride from the Sandy Bay Division. And of course, you know I represent the best division in Hanover. Comrades, tonight I'm here to greet you. And I'm going to greet you in the name of Almighty God. Comrades, I have to thank Almighty God for giving me life. I want to thank Him for showing me the vision. I want to thank Him to let me choose the best political party the Western Hemisphere has ever seen, the People's National Party. Comrade, I am very, very proud to be a member of this noble party. Comrades, we are here tonight. In greeting you, I have to let you understand that there are numerous amount of challenges. Comrades, you ready for me? Well, I'm ready to bounce to you tonight. I'm ready to bounce. Bounce! Get her out now. Bounce! Get her out now. Shotty rum rah. Hey, the selector body ain't bad. Comrades, there are a lot of issues for me to speak on. I'm not going to touch the national issues. I'm going to touch the local ones. You know that we are facing a lot of challenges. I want you to listen to us, you know. We are facing a lot of challenges. Good. In the municipality. Comrades, whenever the next election is called, we, the 7 of us, have decided that we are going to approach it as a local government rerun. We are going to ensure that every single division that we won before, we are going to win it again. We are going to win Chester Castle Division. We are going to win the Hopewell Division. We are going to win the Sandy Bay Division. We are going to win the Lucy Division. We are going to win the Riverside Division. We are going to win the Green Island Division. Or we are going to trample them in the Cardwell Division. Comrades, it is a rerun. It is a rerun. And I know as a fact that they cannot defeat us. Because both candidates that the Jamaica Labour Party have, the one in the east, that is Brown, and the one in the west, that is Davis, they are 14 days. They are 14 days. 7 days in the east and 7 days in the west. It means that they are too weak to challenge us. I want you to understand me again. You got it? They are too weak to challenge us. Comrades, when you come to these political meetings, when you hear comrades talking on the platform, you must know that we are very, very intelligent. So you have to read it. You have to read it. Comrades, I have my counselors here, and they are going to come and commit to you that what we have decided on is what we are going to ensure that we get done. And I'm going to call on Councillor Marvel Sewell from the Green Island Division to come and just to let you understand what we are doing.
Comrades, greetings from the Green Island Division. And comrades, I just want to say one thing to you, comrades. In 2000, our comrade party to build that highway from Montego Bay to Negril. 25 years now, comrades. And the Jamaica Labour Party a patch a road that deserves to be resurfaced. And then examiner on the road, stopping the driver. How can an examiner stop a driver on this condition of this road? Comrades, the next point I want to hit, comrades, from Great River to Azul in Negril, we have the most hotel room in Jamaica. That is in Hanover. And all the TEF funds are not spending in Hanover, comrades. So we want our own Minister of Tourism to spend that TEF fund on ourselves in Hanover. So without the People's National Party, Hanover cannot move forward. So help us to help Mark Jefferson Golding to be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Comrade Darren Barnes from the Riverside Division.
Turn up the thing, PNP. Turn up the thing, PNP. Turn up the thing, PNP. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. If you want things to really get nice.
Comrades on the platform, I greet you well. We just get a minute. 1 minute, we beg. Half a minute. All right, comrade, rough. But comrade, from the Eastern Hanover, are you ready? Comrades of Western Hanover, are you ready? Comrade, are you ready for Mark Golden? Comrade, are you ready? Comrade from the Riverside Division, I want to greet you well. But comrade, I want to say something to you. Just short. In the Riverside Division, I see them pass the Spark program. But they say they'll fix some road. The money approved, comrade. And I see the Jamaica Labour Party. Them go around by Rugland, Greater Road, and every day people been calling, Councillor, I want to come look here. They will go grade it and left it. But comrade, when the People's National Party win government, we not grade no road. We don't fix all the road that we need to fix. So comrade, I want to go out, support the People's National Party, go out and vote early, because comrade, we have to take this election. One love, comrade. One love, comrade. Time come. Time come.
Okay, comrades. We run out of time. We really run out of time. But I just want Councillor Chambers to just wave. I want Councillor Frey to wave. I want Councillor McIntosh to wave. I want the Deputy Mayor to wave. Councillor Chambers, just come say hi. Just come say hi because I can't take it.
Comrades. Leela, big up yourself. Comrades, we love everybody. And what work we have to do? Get out the GLP out of the government. One love PNP.
Comrades, are you ready? Are you ready for the People's National Party? Are you ready for Mark Jefferson Golding to be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica? Comrades, are you ready for Comrade Andrea Perkins to be the next Member of Parliament of Eastern Hanover? Are you ready for Comrade Eda Miller Bennett to be the next Member of Parliament for Western Hanover? Comrade, thank you. One love, one heart.
Yes. Hold on, Mayor. Don't move too far. You know, say the Mayor call like he want to take it. Boy, the Mayor no easy, you know. As a big baller, the Mayor to walk like he want him. Give him a mind, him take a walk. Big up the Mayor again one more time. Big up yourself, Mayor. You know, say me don't know him as Sheridan, but me know him as a sportsman, as a politics man. Me know him as Worm, and as a big baller from outer Hanover.
Yeah. Hey, money, make money, yeah. Hey, money, make money, yeah. Hey, money, yo. Hey, money. Give me eczema, big.
Where I bring to you now, the parish of Hanover is PMP territory. Last year you sent a message that every division belongs rightfully in the columns of the People's National Party. Now with that said, you sent it last year. This year you're gonna send it. And we have, as our candidate, a tourism consultant. I want you to make welcome in Sandy Bay the next Member of Parliament for Hanover Eastern, tourism consultant, Comrade Andrea Perkins.
Well, today is a
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
Blood and fire, comrades of the People's National Party. Comrade General Secretary, our spokespersons on the platform, and to our councillors that made us stand out. But big up, the biggest big up to the Comrade Warriors. Comrade Warriors, let me hear you. Tonight I stand before you proud to be a bush girl from Cascade. I am proud to be one of you. And that is why tonight I bring you hope. I bring hope to every farmer who have not had a market for their products in a long time. Eastern Hanover was once a farming constituency. Not much farming are going on right now. Comrades, the People's National Party will ensure that irrigation is not so far-fetched, so a regular man, an average Joe, can afford proper irrigation. I am here to reassure you that the People's National Party will be dedicating funds to ensure that our agricultural people are supported. As a matter of fact, the People's National Party will put aside $2.5 billion to be made available at our PC banks. Who remember the PC banks during the farming years in Eastern and Western Hanover? So farmers can get loans at small interest rate. My father was a farmer. I know what I'm talking about. I will ensure that places like Chester Castle, Belvedere, that we start to plant some peppers again, that we start to farm some plantains, that Eastern Hanover will now move their way into the tourism industry and provide them with fruits and vegetables. We will ensure that the market share is fair and the average Jamaican, the average Eastern Hanoverian man or woman will benefit. Comrades, our children are struggling in Eastern Hanover. As I walk through the constituency, I engage with them. Some of our children are going to school hungry. No wonder we have such a high percentage of children leaving school from within our constituency that is not able to read. Picnic can't learn pan hungry belly. And that is why the People's National Party will ease the burden and ensure that every child gets a warm meal. Comrades, when it comes on to the youth development and community development in Eastern Hanover, it is dead. Not all, because in Sandy Bay Division, we have a community center, thanks to our Deputy Mayor, Andrea Grant, that we have a functional community center in Eastern Hanover. As I walk the constituency, I notice that the community centers are closed down. Our young women and young men have nowhere to go. I will invest in the future and transform the present. The SDC youth programs that we're familiar with, I will reintroduce them. I will reopen the community centers and the playing fields. I will open the community center that stands so nicely in Horton Grove. The building is there standing strong. I will ensure that in Horton Grove, a modern community center will be developed at the current football field in Horton Grove. And don't worry where the money is gonna come from. Money is always available if you care. If you care as a leader, money is something that you will find. The Jamaica Social Investment Fund has that money sitting, and we will tap into that. The building that I will erect, I come into March, well, Heather will talk about March Pen, but up in Horton Grove, I will ensure that a multi-purpose structure is built. The ground floor will potentially host a post office, something that has been removed from our communities. Eastern Hanoverians, let me hear you. You know very well that our senior citizens have to take taxi to get their pass, to collect their little pension. Right where we stand tonight is a justice center being built, and the dilapidated post office sits right before it. Can I tell you, it is not a part of the plan. The post office is not a part of the plan for the Justice Center. The people of Sandy Bay and Sandy Bay Division should stand up against that. The beautiful building that is in front of me will not house a post office. I am hearing from a little bird that the people of Sandy Bay might have to go to Hopewell to collect their mail. But that is nothing strange. The people of Chester Castle, they have to go to a different parish to collect their mail. The people from Cascade, they have to take a taxi to go down to Jericho to collect their pension. All across Eastern Hanover, we're suffering. The people of Eastern Hanover have the right to land. We have the right to land and home ownership. Affordable home ownership though, because this present administration, they're building apartments. Eastern Hanoverians, we need homes to raise our children. I will ensure that 500 houses be built from 1-bedroom starter units to 3-bedroom family spaces. The land is available. We have identified the land. Down in Point and Mosquito Cove, we have a lot of land just idly sitting there. I will ensure that the Round Hill property expansion project does not go away. Again, comrades of Eastern Hanover, we have the right for land. We have the right to own homes. A vote for me, comrades, is a vote for Mark Golding to become the next Prime Minister of this wonderful country. And when he becomes the Prime Minister of this country, our low-income earners and our informal business owners will now be able to rent somewhere and then own it, not get a house, and if you're dead, your picnic have to sleep out a door. When I walk the constituency and engage the young professionals, them say, Miss P, me tired of parents, but me can't afford the down payment. Comrades, you heard it from our youngest senator earlier. $500,000 will be made available to you once you're under 35. But it doesn't mean that the deposit is always 500,000. If it's 800,000, you at least have a start and you find the 300,000. Comrades, voters of Eastern Hanover, listen to the message. Tell your neighbors about it. Tell your children that are in university that within their 20s, they can afford a home. Comrades, $1 billion will be set aside for young people to get that money from. So when my party leader presents something, he tells you where it is coming from, because I am still looking for the 70,000 houses that was promised. Comrades, I cannot go if I do not speak about the Woodsville Bridge. I have tourism to speak on, but I will leave that for another time. For over 2 years, the bridge in Woodsville collapsed. It separated two communities. This current administration has no heart for the people. I drove over that bridge 2 weeks ago in the worst condition. It is now a man-made bridge, and the rain fell, so you skid before you go over the bridge. The fear that the people of Woodsville feel every day driving over that bridge. I could not be their representative and not drive over that bridge, comrades. I want to tell you that Mark Jefferson Golding will ensure that the people of Woodsville can benefit again from tourism dollar, something that is not trickling down to the average man. So he will help me to fix the bridge in Woodsville so we can reopen Mayfield Falls, so the farmers in Woodsville can benefit. Comrades, the word is love every time.
My soul. World has to offer, girl, what you doing? You see, too bad when it good, just a.
Comrade Andrea Perkins, who said she go and fix the bridge so you can open the falls, not true? Yeah, man. She had many more to say, but she will be on the road and corners and everywhere in every community so the message can be spread. But I move from Comrade Andrea and I move over to Comrade Heather. I want you to welcome in Sandy Bay, a lawyer by profession, the next member of parliament. Please to make welcome Comrade Hella Miller Bennett. And in Hanover to speak to you on many issues. Comrade Dr. Alfred Dawes, spokesperson on health, is also here. Please to make him welcome in Sandy Bay. Yeah, man. Champion doctor who is never afraid to speak on behalf of it. One more time for Comrade Heather. Heather, you have to go dance again, you know.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button.
Comrades, are you ready? Comrades, are you ready? Eastern Hanover comrades, are you ready? Western Hanover comrades, are you ready? I want you to big up on yourself. Members of the platform, my councillors. The last time I call up my man them, and them jump up and say you man them, but I'm a councillors them. You know, say they look nice. And then they have the beautiful lady, right, the rose among them. Comrade Andrea, big up yourself. Comrades, you no look good. Hanover no look good. Comrade warriors of the People's National Party no look good. I stand before you today. You hear the man say I'm a lawyer, and I stand before you today. I put in on my advocacy hat. I stand before you as an advocate, your champion, your voice. Because guess what? We must get out them people. You people of Hanover, all of us, this election is important to us, and we are going to send a clear message as we did last year. We are going to vote them out. I want to big up all of you. I want to especially big up tonight my labor rights sister from Kendall who decides that she's tired of them. And so we are going to take them up. Big up yourself, Whoopi. Big up yourself. I want to big up all of the people from Western Hanover, Green and Cardwell, asking you to big up on yourself. And Eastern Hanover to big up on yourself. Comrades, when the Jamaica Labour Party government went into power, they entered into a contract with you, a contract to provide certain things. They entered in a contract to provide roads. They entered into a contract to provide infrastructure. They entered into a contract to provide water. And guess what? They have breached that contract. And we must send a message to them. They became your trustee. You had trust and confidence in them. But over the last couple of years, they have breached that trust. And we must send a message to them. Comrades, I don't come here today to just highlight the case that them doing, just what they're doing. I come here to tell you some plans. I come today to present a case of hope, a case of change, a case for a brighter future for you, your children, and your grandchildren. And I want you tonight to listen to me, because guess what? It cannot continue. Comrades, the People's National Party has been that party for the people, for the poor. your children, youth, farmers, elders, businessmen, and all Jamaicans, all walk of life. We no pick and choose. We make sure that everybody is benefiting. We make sure that the contract that you put us in over the last years when the People's National Party was in power, we make sure that we fulfill the contract, and we are going to do it again. We are the people to trust. We are the people you must put your confidence in. The People's National Party is the party that will deliver and bring you hope for you, your children, and your grandchildren. Comrades, the evidence speaks for itself. And you know, you are the ones that feel it. You are the ones that will deliver that verdict, whether they call it tomorrow, whether they call it next week, you will deliver that verdict to make sure that the People's National Party is the party in power. As I travel through Western Hanover, I see the evidence of the breach of the contract. I hear the people say that they want water. The people, the tidal wave, telling us that water is a concern. The water crisis is real. From Askinish to Rock Spring, Dias to Kendall, the people are crying. They're crying out for change. They need water and they need it now. And the only party that can deliver, they have done it before, is the People's National Party. As your defender, I'm committed to stemming the tide of neglect, bringing clean water to our communities. We'll work together to unclog pipes of bureaucracy, to channel our efforts, and to make sure that the water system flows smoothly through your pipes. You can get water in your bathroom. You can get water in your kitchen. The amount of money that you spend on water, we will ensure that you get that in your house and you're paying your water bill. I hear a lot of people paying their water bill but no water. Over in the Caldwell division, they tell me that they're getting water bills but they're not getting any water. Over in Horton Court is the same cry. How can that be fair? They have breached your trust. They have breached your contract to provide clean, potable water to you. And we must get rid of them. The remedy for breach of contract, there are remedies, and the remedy for you is to vote them out. You must vote them out, comrades. Comrades, the people need water. And I'll be their voice. I'll dive deep into the issues, working tirelessly to ensure that every household has access. Together, let's create a wave of change that brings clean water to communities. Let's work hard, hand in hand, to make sure our people have water they need to thrive. The people need water, and I'll fight for it. You're the jury, the voters of Hanover, the voters of Western Hanover, the voters of Eastern Hanover are talking to you. You must decide. The power is with you, and you shall exercise that power and get rid of them. As I stand here today, I'm reminded of the youth center in Lucy that has been closed and left in ruins. Who is looking after our young people? Who is advocating for their needs and their future? That is why I, Heather Miller Bennett, stand here today as a defender and an advocate for all young people in Western Hanover. As someone who loves sports and believes in the potential of our youth, I have already taken steps to invest in their future. I have started football leagues, sponsored many. I have supported the netball, invested in other programs, supporting our sports initiatives. I intend to make Hanover better for our future young people. Here's what I plan to do. I plan to renovate our sports fields to provide safe, quality spaces for our youth so that they can play. They can enjoy a game of sports.
they can enjoy going out there without thinking that the field need to cut. We'll ensure that that is maintained right throughout the constituency. I will create spaces for young people to harness their talents, whether in sports, arts, or other areas. I will implement youth empowerment programs that provide mentorship, training, and opportunities for growth, supporting our young athletes, artists, leaders, and give them resources they need to succeed. To the young people of Western Hanover, I say this: I see you. I believe in you. I'm committed to fighting for your future. Mark my word, we'll work together to make it a brighter future. Here's some of the plans I have to do. I will continue to work with you. I will make sure that you have playing fields to play on. To those who travel from Rockspring and Grange, I worry about the safety of those roads. To those from St. Simon and Richmond, I worry about the wear and tear on your vehicle. From those from Mount Peace and Harbour River, I feel your pain. The road them bad. My own vehicle cry out when I come over there. The roads are rocky, the hills are steep, and the potholes are deep. But I stand before you, determined to walk with you and to fix these roads. I will prioritize road repairs, ensuring that every corner of the parish is accessible and safe. Comrades, we have a lot to do. We will fix those potholes and cracks that damage our vehicles and pose a risk to safety, upgrade our roads, and support the growth of tourism and community development. Comrades, agriculture is the backbone. It's the backbone of our economy, and our farmers are our lifeblood to our community. To our hard-working farmers in Dolphin Head, Rockfoot, we depend on you. We depend on you for our livelihood, and I intend to work with you to make it better. I want to encourage our youth to get involved in agriculture. We'll introduce programs in schools to teach them about importance of farming and new farming techniques. Comrades, we have to make sure that agriculture is prioritized. We will provide support for our farmers with things they need to succeed, such as access to markets, credit facilities, and extension to other services. Comrades, I couldn't leave here without defending the town of Lucy. Lucy, our crown jewel, is ready to sparkle. We will make sure that Lucy become that gem. We will reboot heritage tourism, highlighting our tourism product, making it an iconic site and attraction. Comrades, there's a lot. Comrades of Western Hanover, I have presented to you that they have breached your trust, they have breached your contract, and they have breached your confidence. And so, when that election is called, put your X beside the head. We will vote them out. We will vote against corruption. We will vote against uncaring government for a brighter future. Together, let's make Western Hanover better. Let's put our X beside the head. Comrades, let us join hand in hand. Time come for a better Hanover. Time come for a better Jamaica. Comrades, one love.
The plans, there are many, and I know she will be on the corners and in every street and every lane to bring you the rest of the plans. But Eastern and Western Hanover, make welcome Jamaica's next Prime Minister in Sandy Bay, Comrade President of the People's National Party. Welcome, Comrade Leader, to Sandy Bay in Hanover. Touch your neighbor and say power. Touch your neighbor and say PMP. Touch your neighbor and say Mark Golden. Yes. Welcome again, Comrade Leader, to Sandy Bay. Now that the Comrade Leader has arrived, we are going to our national speakers. And I bring to you now a medical doctor by profession. When him talk, no other dog bark, because when he talk the truth and nothing but the truth. Please to welcome former President of the Medical Doctors Association of Jamaica, next Member of Parliament in St. Catherine, Comrade Dr. Alfred Dawes.
7 days a week. Hard work is easy for me, you see me? Never give up, I know what I need to do, I hear that. So just go for it. Get a youth, unstoppable, turn away your chain.
Comrade, next Prime Minister, other comrades. Hanover, how you doing? I feel the energy. I feel the vibes. I want them call it so we can win it. And we are calling to them tonight. Comrades, we have, I believe, less than 6 weeks. We run a marathon. We're in at the stadium right now and only a few laps to go. I know it's the Eastern Hanover original PNP area. That's where the original DAS them come from, Cessna Kendall. Place where one named DK Duncan carry me to. Where the man soul rest in peace. And I also know that Parliament only have one space for 1 miller at a time, so I go and send home the one from Portmore. So Heather Miller can come in and take the spot. This is the real Miller time. Miller time, come. But comrades, we have to be fired up because we're on a mission. Because the People's National Party have a philosophy that we are for the masses, for the people. And the people need us now. Because it's 9 years of bondage. 9 years of sufferation. Anybody who have baby know about labor pain, and 9 years, everybody have feel labor pain. I was at Sav Hospital for 3 years. And I listened to the sufferation and the desperation of people who travel from Hanover because they can't go to Cornwall Regional. And there's no hospital called Noel Hobbs that is functional. I saw and I felt the pain. And that was one of the reasons I said that I must go into politics. So when I got the opportunity, I gladly answered the call. Because we have to fix it. We have to fix healthcare. Not just for you and mama, but for the picnic them. Do you know, comrades, that a baby born in 2025 is expected to have a shorter life than a baby born in 2015? We're everywhere else in the Americas. People are living longer. Jamaicans are dying earlier. And they call this the prosperity that they brought. Do you know that a mother giving birth today is more likely to die than a mother who gave birth in the 1990s? They said that we're making the babies thing political. But they made it political. And we told them, do not do it, because the same knife that stick goat, stick sheep. And instead of coming in and fixing the problems, it's just PR, PR, PR. Marketing, marketing, marketing. Road tour upon road tour. And the people suffer. And more mothers are dying. And more babies are dying. Cornwall Regional Hospital does not have a proper functional neonatal ICU. Cornwall Regional does not have a function in ICU. Dog, I'm your supper if you in an accident down here. We have a major stage show like Sumfest, and anything can happen, and we don't have a proper ambulance service. The PNP will fix that. We are going to make sure that we have proper emergency service. Ambulance can come pick her up. If your baby sick and need to go to hospital, an ambulance can come. And when you reach, I have a sick man right in front of me. Pick up the man up on the camera, I don't know. Your suffering can't be for long, brother. It just a motivate you. When you go to the hospital, because we are going to have urgent centers, meaning that you don't have to go to hospital for your cough and cold and the pressure high, or you have stoppage of water. Those things, your asthma act up. You can go to the nearest clinic. That is an urgent care center. You get your x-ray done. You get your blood test done. You get your medication and you go home. You don't sit down on benches for days because an accident come in or a man gets shot. That is the philosophy of the People's National Party, making it better for you. When people have hernia and them can't cut them hernia and sit down a yard and watch be a ribbon and cut and no hernia, time come for a better life. We will cut hernias, not ribbons. We will cut fibroids, not ribbons. We will cut out cancers, not ribbons. Because it is an action government. And when the People's National Party comes in and Cornwall Regional Hospital is open after billions of dollars are overrun, we will fix Noel Holmes Hospital. We will fix Falmouth Hospital and Savlamar Hospital so the people can have a better access to health care wherever they are in Jamaica, wherever in the West, where mothers will get better antenatal care, where if you have cancers, we pick it up earlier and screen you for it and treat you so you can go back to your jobs and your family. Rather than have to find money to pay for CAT scan when cancer spread. Because they shut down the program where you have CAT scans in the hospitals. Every parish hospital, including Noel Holmes Hospital, will have CAT scans. This is a pledge by the People's National Party. The labor pains of the last 9 years. Normally pregnancy are like 9 months. We in a labor 9 years. But the end is in sight. So comrades, time come. Time come for you to put in the work to make sure Hanover comes back to the winning column of the People's National Party. Because we are doing it for a better life. A better life for you, a better life for everybody. Because that is the philosophy of the People's National Party. Time come, comrades, for better health care. Time come for better representation. Time come for Perkins in Parliament. Time come for a new Miller in Parliament. Make it happen, comrade. Make it happen. The time is now, comrade. The time for a better life. One love.
Comrades of Eastern and Western. Respect to Dr. Alfred Dawes. I ain't gonna waste no time. I don't want to bring to you next. I bring to you a while ago the doctor. Now I bring to you the lawyer, the man who is the spokesperson on lands, member of parliament in the parish of Clarendon. Pleased to make welcome in Sandy Bay, Comrade MP Lotian Cousins.
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption.
Man,
comrade party leader, next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mark Jefferson Golding, the man of the moment, the man of the hour, the man that has got to go to lead Jamaica and lead the People's National Party to victory when the next elections are called. General Secretary, big up yourself. And I must take the time out to big up the two beautiful candidates you have here in Hanover, Comrade Heather Miller and Comrade Perkins. They will bring home both constituencies for the People's National Party when the next election is called. And I must big up my friend, I'm gonna call him Worm, Big Baller, the mayor, and the 7 councillors that you have here in Hanover. And I know that all 7 divisions will be returned to the People's National Party when the elections are called. Comrades, make sure to go out and support all of who you see here on stage. Because Jamaica is at an important crossroads. And I know enough of you come fear about the land we're not going to get. I soon get to that. But I must address something.
Hello, my name is Maria, a recognized clairvoyant and numerologist. I've been deciphering
you, the people. They seek power for who control them. But we know say you control we. And without you, there is no People's National Party. You are the heart and the soul of our party. Everything we do in this party, we do it for you. We do it to ensure that you have a better life. We do it to ensure that Jamaica is a better place. And we do it and make a sacrifice to make sure that the children that are coming and the children's children will live in a safer and better Jamaica. But we can't live in a Jamaica where we don't have a stake in ownership in Jamaica. And that is why the People's National Party has firmly believed from the days of Norman Manley, when he came up with the facilities of the Titles Act. Michael came and he gave us housing trust. He gave us sites and services. PJ came and PJ gave us Operation Pride. He gave us lamp. Portia Simpson Miller came and she lifted the sugar workers and built some nice houses and give them and say go live in it. Don't remember? Lest we forget, we are the party that has always been there for you. There are 15,000 people living in Hanover with them call them taxes paper. I don't know about that. Well, when we form government, all 15,000 taxes paper going to turn 15,000 title almost immediately.
Turn up the thing, BNP. Turn up the thing, BNP. Turn up the thing, BNP. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up.
Because it is not fair for you to be paying taxes for a piece of land and do have the title for the piece of land. And we in the People's National Party understand the value of land. That's why we have a radical reform process that we're coming with to ensure that you get the title for your land. $20,000 can't help you. They might go around and give out $20,000. That's a waste of time. We are going to give you the land instead. So who come and give $20,000? Take it. Vote for the People's National Party. Put your X beside the head. Because the People's National Party is going to implement a policy that is going to benefit you and your future generation. How are we going to do it? 60 years them tell we before we can own government land. Well, under Mark Jefferson Golding and this PNP administration, it's going to be reduced to 25 years. So if you have been living on the land in Harton Court and elsewhere for 25 years, just know, say, when we win, we are going to convert that 25 years to ownership and you will own that land as of right. And you will be entitled to a piece of title as of right. And you can use that title, go down to the bank and own a piece of thing for yourself, start a taxi business, start any business you want. But this is true empowerment. This is how we create an ownership society. where all of us have a stake in Jamaica. All of us have a belief in the future of Jamaica. And we are going to look further. For those of you who don't reach 25 years, don't fret. We are not going to bulldoze you off the land like what them do up at Clifton. We're not going to bulldoze you like up at Clifton. We are going to approach you. We are going to talk to you. And we are going to sell you the land at a reasonable cost. But we know so you can afford it. So your children who you work hard to send go to school. Them turn lawyer like me. Them turn doctor, them turn nurse. Them turn police. Them entitled to NHT benefit. Well, them can use them benefit and buy the land for you. Not true? And this is what we consider to be true policies. We are not about just plans. We are going to implement these plans. We don't just come and make a bag of empty promises. We have worked it out. We know how to get it done. And we will get it done. Because for you, the people, it is right. And we must do at all times what is right for you, the people of Jamaica. Because when the PNP is in power, you Hanoverians are in power. You have the power. You determine the type of Jamaica that you want to live in. You are able to finally own a piece of this rock. And let me tell you something. We are going to repurpose the NHT. We are going to ensure the NHT returns to its mandate. Because you can't build a house with $30 million and expect an ordinary Jamaican to be able to afford that house. No ordinary Jamaican is going to afford a house for $30 million. So we're going to repurpose it. The Housing Agency of Jamaica repurpose it. The party leader will tell you about us taking away that $11 billion and extracting every year from the NHT because that is not working for you. That is working for a few. So comrades, understand that hope is the bridge between today and tomorrow. The PNP represents that hope. We are going to oversee what is going to be considered as the largest exchange of wealth, transfer of wealth from the government of Jamaica to the people of Jamaica. They don't want this to happen, you know. I want to understand. But it is your decision to make if you want a better Jamaica for yourself. When you leave here, go to your communities and spread the word. Don't keep it to yourself. Go into your communities, through the highways, the byways, let them know that the PNP is here to ensure that they get their title to their land. Let them know that we are there for them. Because we need both constituencies in Hanover to be able to form government. I made my proposals in Parliament a few weeks ago and there has been no answer to that proposal. But for the fact they are handing out 1 and 2 titles to them friends them over there. We don't have no title to friends. Our policy is a policy for every single Jamaica. JLP and PNP and no P. And I'm using this platform tonight to invite those who are supporting the JLP to come over to us. We are representing you. Join the PNP. Come and join us and give us the power to represent you and hand the titles to you. Comrades, time come. Time come for a better Jamaica. Time come for the People's National Party to return the power. And time come for Mark Jefferson Golding to be elected as your Prime Minister. The word is love. One love. We know I have many more things to say to you. But we as PMP, we know everything. We have to give everybody a touch of it. One more time for the young lawyer and the future minister, Lothian Cousins. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. But before I call my final 3 speakers, I have to warm up Sunday beer. Come here and sit down a good while, you know. Music man, ready for me again? Sir, you ready? We're PMP over there. Clean-hearted PMP. Come in. Final 3 speakers.
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes. What?
Easy Lover's Choice. Because we give them 7 love in a parish council last year. But you see, this year, we not give them one hot, 2 love. Well, you say, that is it when you come to the ball thing, you know. Comrades of Sandy Bay, East and Western Hanover, I bring to you now a man who has done tremendous work on behalf of Jamaica, on behalf of the People's National Party. I bring to you no other one but the connection boss, a proven performer, Comrade Philip Paulwell, Member of Parliament, St. Kingston East and Port Royal.
We love Jamaica, whoa.
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And
That tune you bad. Comrade Chairman, I greet you, Comrade Party Leader, next Prime Minister of Jamaica. General Secretary, our 2 ladies from East and West, Comrade Andrea and Comrade Heather. Comrades on the platform, comrades all, good evening. Good evening, comrades. I walk with my cell phone tonight because I want to make sure that when you leave here, in addition to what you have heard already and what is to come, you can go back into your communities and talk about what the next PMP government will be doing for you. But Party Leader, let me start by saying yesterday, and you have to listen to this, comrades, you have to listen to this one. I was in my constituency office, and a youngster came to me with his father and said, MP, I need help to go to university. So I said, what you have there? Him say, him have his approval from 2022 to go to UE. And I said, so why you're not into university? Him say, them couldn't afford it. So them want to go this year, and if them have to sell everything, them going to university. So I said, today, because of all the demand that I have, I can only give you $50,000 towards your tuition. But, and when I look at the qualifications, the local youth had 6 1s and 2 Bs, 2 2s. So I said to him, you should have been in university long ago. So I can give you 50,000 now. But when PMP win, you go into university because you're the first in the family for free. For free. The youngster never vote yet. Him say, MP, I want a shirt, I want an armband. I'm not bother in East Kingston. I go work all over Jamaica now to make sure the People's National Party becomes the next government. And that is what we're about, you know, comrades. You know, earlier this year in Parliament, I spoke in the sectoral debate. And I said that the Prime Minister can't call election because prosperity hasn't come. He can't call elections because people who we are there to serve are not happy. People are not happy. And he's running out of time. But the fact of the matter, comrades, is that our Jamaican people, and we have seen it in the evidence recently about food insecurity, our people are suffering. And I don't have my brethren Ian Hills tonight to show you the basket of the food items that have been increased by 200 and 300% over the last few years. But one of the reasons why we have had such high cost of living is because everything in that food basket, whether it's bread,
but there's provision from the land. Everything relates to energy because you need energy to produce, to manufacture, to grow. And this government has failed miserably in the area of energy. So what we are seeing now, we are seeing ribbon cutting and we are seeing three-card tricks. And it is classical. So recently, the government announced a reduction in GCT. And people say, well, good announcement. But when you look at it, the poorest of our poor people who were exempt from GCT if you are using 150 kilowatt hour and less, they are now called upon to pay 7% GCT. But the three-card trick come in when the government say, okay, you have to pay 7%, but we're going to give you a subsidy to give you a net benefit of 3%. And people say, that sounds good. But what they didn't say is when those subsidies gone, what will happen to the poorest of the poor? Because you're going to have to pay 7% GCT that you're not paying today. But in relation to that GCT application, the GCT now applies to prepaid customers. Now these are those communities where people cannot afford electricity. So they prepaid just like your phone cards. And for the first time in Jamaica's history, prepaid customers are now without any subsidy, without any benefits. Today they are paying 7% GCT. And that to me is wickedness. And that's why you have to vote for the People's National Party in the next elections. But you know, one of the biggest three-card tricks was announced recently. The Minister of Energy jump up and say, we're done with JPSCO license. We are going to renew on the new terms JPSCO license. Now, the license comes to an end in 2027. But your PMP party, from we brought to Parliament in 2015, we anticipated long before 2027 that changes would have to be made. And that's why, and the party leader was the Minister of Justice and the man who crafted legislation for us. That's why when we passed the new electricity law in 2015, we made a provision in the law that within 5 years, that law would have to be reviewed because we know we couldn't go beyond that with the same electricity provisions with JPSCO that we had then. And it was our intention not to wait until 2027, but under that reviewal of the law, which was due from 2020, 5 years after 2015, those provisions would have made way for a new regime involving JPSCO. This government has sat down from 2020 to 2025. That new law hasn't come to Parliament, and it is the only basis on which you can go and modify JPSCO license. So all you hear them talking about JPSCO license and what the minister is going to do, that is just election talk. They have not thought it through. They have not thought it through. We have done so from 2015 under Mark Golden and the People's National Party. But comrades, we not only talk, we have a plan in place. We want to make sure that electricity prices are reduced substantially, because when we were there as a government, the price of electricity came down to 23 US cents per kilowatt hour. Today, we are paying over 40 US cents per kilowatt hour. That's why people are not happy. That's why people are upset. And that's why people don't like to hear the word prosperity. And that's why the people are going to vote out this JLP government. Come whenever they call the elections. And we are going to be dealing with the electricity prices in a number of ways. We're going to have to deal with those persons who steal electricity. And, Jano, electricity really ought to be a right. There's no youngster who should be growing up in Jamaica today without electricity. And they mash up Nessel, so they are no longer doing the rural electrification program. But for those in urban communities, we are going to have to find a solution. And you know, we believe that God gave us the sun for something. And we're going to be using solar technology to regularize those communities to make sure that nobody has to steal electricity anymore. So 20% of your cost now will be dealt with in that way, and over time we're going to relieve the population of that issue. But more than that, we want to make sure that you are independent. You don't have to rely on JPSCO for electricity. And we are going to provide you with the facility. We're going to provide the incentives to ensure that you can have your own solar systems on your roof, so you can provide and generate your own power. And that's why we say power for the people.
Turn up the thing, PNP. Turn up the thing, PNP.
And not only that, we want to ensure that when you supply your own power, we're going to give you the incentives so that you can generate more than you need, so you can also sell back to JPSCO, and them should no longer go and get expensive electricity to supply to the country, because solar is much cheaper today. We have to ensure that other things be done over time. But I don't want to come here tonight and not talk about a critical area of my portfolio, because we talk a lot, you hear a lot about climate change, and many people don't understand it. We speak about the environment, and there are many things that you and I can do to make sure that our environment is not damaged. The way we cut down our forests, the way we throw garbage all about the place. There are so many things that we can do about the environment, and we as a government will insist that those businesses that are infringing their license to operate in Jamaica by doing things to affect our rivers and so on, that they will pay for those things. But when we talk about climate change, well, first of all, we have to big up Sister P, because she was the first Prime Minister in this hemisphere to establish a climate change ministry. Now, climate change is much different from when we speak about what we must do about our environment. Because climate change, which you feel the impact of by the fact that droughts are becoming far more frequent, the temperature getting hotter, and very soon you are going to see the rise of sea levels. Much of that has nothing to do with us, because it is caused from what we call the greenhouse gas effect. The fact that a lot of carbon dioxide is now out there in the atmosphere due to the activities of industrialization. So the more they burn fossil fuel, the more carbon dioxide gets into the atmosphere. And the more that has the effect of creating this impact on the entire globe. And rather than treating it as a local problem, we have to expand this debate and in our own way make it be known that this is a global problem, and those industrialized countries that are responsible ought to step up. And there's no administration in Jamaica that knows how to deal with global issues. Remember when we had a problem with apartheid? It was the People's National Party that stood up for the South Africans. Climate change is an existential problem for the world. It's a crisis.
But wait, who else know about this? I could...
there to start. Government. Comrades, there's some other things in my notes to talk about, but yeah, we are cut it short. To enable the other speakers to speak. but I'm glad to be here. I have spent some time already in Eastern Hanover, and I can tell you, based on what I see, your next member of parliament is going to be Andrea Perkins. Andrea Perkins. And I have promised your next member of parliament for Western Hanover. Heather, yes, but I'm going to come to make sure. So I'm going to be walking with her shortly to make sure that as your 7 councillors have done, your 2 candidates will return to the People's National Party, and Mark Golding will be the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Come, it's good to be here. One love, one heart.
Yeah, most everybody I go out and vote today. Similar we say, don't it? Take a good look.
Paul have many more things to say, but he will get that chance to say them. You know, before me bring up the final 2 speakers, you know, we have to do a little, because the people from Hanover say, me make them do the right thing yet, you know. So Jen said, you have to wait 30 seconds, you know, sir. So, what you say, boss? You ready now? Yeah, man. Let me see if the people are ready now. Hanover people, what you say? I want to say me ready now. Ready, we ready. Comrade leader, you ready? Jen said, you ready? March. Mayor, what you say?
A corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also.
You know, it pains my heart when I see what this government is doing to the great sprinting legend of Jamaica, Usain Bolt. It is a disgrace. The man invested his money for his retirement in an institution regulated by the Jamaican regulatory body for investments in the country. And there was a massive fraud going on in there. Nigel Clark was Minister of Finance. When the report come to his office about the problems, he put the report in a cupboard and forget about it. Andrew Holness had money in there. And Andrew Holness take out his money before the thing collapse and leave Bolt and others.
Secretary of the Noble People's National Party, the next member of parliament in Westmoreland, a medical doctor by profession, the way the man smart and bright, and as a member of the PMP, he went back to school to do a law degree. I say Sandy Bay, East and Western Hanover, make welcome Dr. Dayton Campbell.
I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. And all my days.
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
It's Comrade Chairman, Comrade Party Leader, and the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Comrade Mark Jefferson Golding. To all of the comrades on the platform and the comrades in the audience, greetings. I used to come to the platform to assassin, but me gone back to my roots. I gone back to my roots because in this war here, we need the protection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Because no weapon that is formed against the People's National Party will prosper. No weapon. I saw an article today. No weapon. No weapon. No weapon. I saw an article today where the Prime Minister said that he is cutting ribbons because he has achievements. And I want to show you one of the situations in which a ribbon was cut. It's not my daughter, don't worry yourself. Your ribbon never cut. I know that. 8 years ago, 9 years, the Cornwall Regional Hospital started having problems. First, they said something was wrong with the AC at the hospital. Then persons started having breathing problems, skin problems. The government, the Jamaica Labour Party government, told us that it was going to take us $2 billion as a country to fix the hospital. 9 years later, the Cornwall Regional Hospital is still not yet completed. And the estimate given by the minister, not by the PNP, the estimate given by the minister to fix the hospital is now over $20 billion. I want for you to think for a second. If you had a problem at your home, at your house, your yard, and you call the contractor, and when you call the contractor and show him your problem, him say to you, look here, this is going to take $2 million to fix. And you say, how long? And him say 6 months. Now you have to move out. You have to rent one local place while him in there fix up him thing. Him take 8 years. And then him say to you, we are going to have one local ribbon cutting. When you go over your yard now, things say your yard fix up for your moving. You realize that the man draw one ribbon across your veranda, cut the ribbon, and say the veranda is now open. You still don't have no bedroom. You still don't have no bathroom. You still don't have no dining room. You still don't have no living room. You still don't have no kitchen, but in cut ribbon for your veranda. The Labour Party cut ribbon up a Cornwall Regional Hospital for your administrative block. It's a wicked, uncaring government. And we can hardly wait for the Prime Minister to put on him green clocks, ring the bell, and make we take him out of misery and vote him out of power. Now, when I was growing up, I grew up in a PNP community. PNP community. When somebody said them a labor right, when me I grew up, you look upon them strange. You wonder what exactly happened to cause them to want to do that. It was unheard of. But in growing up, we still figured out why we support the PNP. It's not just because we're born in it. We still figured out why is it that our grandparents tell us, say, at this are the party that we're supposed to support. And whilst they were giving us that information, and those days they could have that discussion in taxi, at the bar, anywhere you check them had the discussion. And they told me that they support the PNP because PNP is the party of the people, is the party for the poor people of this country. They went further and they told me that the PNP is the party for education. And they told me that the PNP was the party for housing. There is a discussion taking place in the country right now about how to get students to school. One whole heap of hullabaloo going on. It has gotten to a point now where they are now driving out them green campaign car with the two big yellow bus back of them. Say them a parade the school bus them. Before we talk about how we get the students to school, let us talk about what the problem is that needs to be solved. In Jamaica, right now, 30 out of every 100 students don't go to school consistently. They call it absenteeism. When we did the research, because we are not just coming here wanting to be in government for wanting to be in government's sake. When we win, the people of Jamaica wins. When we did the research as to why is it that these children are not going to school, we found out that the parents cannot afford lunch money. And some of them cannot afford transportation money. So we developed two programs. One of them, we said that every needy child in school will get a warm, nutritious meal, complement of the People's National Party government. The study shows that 55 out of every 100 Jamaicans are suffering from food insecurity. Them not eat a proper meal. When we look at the number of students that applies to, it's over 260,000. The government is currently giving just over $100 and something per day to pass. And them separate the part, them make them feel away when them there at school. We have said that we will increase the amount to each child to $400 per day, so that they can have a proper meal and they can learn, because education is a vaccine against poverty. We did not stop there because of what this party is about. This party is about the people. And so the food that they will eat, we have said to the schools that they will have to do a proper menu and tell us from early, to tell us that in November, this is what they are going to offer. These are the items they are going to offer. When they tell us that, they will tell us what they need. They need 500 pounds of Irish, 300 pounds of pumpkin, 400 pounds of callaloo. Your member of parliament will come to the farmers in the community and tell them to go and produce these items, because you have a guaranteed market in the schools. We will spend an additional $9 billion. The farmers will benefit and the students will get a warm, nutritious meal in school. Our proposals are to solve problems that are affecting our people. Why do we need to solve the education problem? We need to solve the education problem because education is what causes children to live a better life than their parents did. It can break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. This government deserves to be voted out of office for just their management of the education portfolio. When we left office, 28% of students were passing 5 subjects, to include maths and English. Now it has gone down to only 18% under this government. And yet still they claim that they are the best government. It is a lie from the bottom of the pit of hell. A part of the reason for that, the next significant reason that we found, is that people cannot afford to send the children to school, the transportation. We have said, no, nobody tell him them something, and my brother come in, I want them say me if you apologize and not me cuss, you know. Don't want you tell the Prime Minister that. No. This is the part that is causing the big hullabaloo in the country. How do we transport them to school? Now, if 30 out of every 100, and in rural Jamaica it's even higher, not going to school because they can't afford to go, they don't have the transportation. The PNP has said that each day that you go to school, we will give $500 per day. That's $2,500 per week. That's $10,000 per month we will give to that child that cannot go to school because of transportation, to help them so that them can pay them fare go to school. And we will give that to 20,000 students. When I hear the Labour Party criticizing it, I say, what a set of hypocrites. Because currently, there are 7,500 students on path that gets a subsidy to go to school. And they use the buses that are at the school and the taxis currently. But when the PNP propose it, all of a sudden, them start cost taxi man, them start cost this, them start cost that. I am not supporting any form of indiscipline. The PNP fundamentally cannot be against a rural bus system because it is the PNP that put the JUTC in place. In 2015, it was the People's National Party that proposed the rural bus system and did a pilot in Clarendon, and it is this government that cut it out. So, a school bus system, what is the difference between us and them? I told you a long time ago that we are not the same. If the PNP was to spend $1.4 billion on school bus, we'd have buy brand new school bus from Toyota Jamaica that give you 3-year warranty, that you can get the spare parts and that you can get servicing of the vehicles. That's what we would do, because we would not try eat no food off our guan. No. Understand this. When I was going to school, we used to have to get up early and go to a road, go flag down a taxi. Now, look at any high school in the country. They have several coaster buses that are contracted to carry the students to school. Even some of the MPs in Parliament now own some of the buses that carry picnic at school. They carry them to school and they park the bus, they don't even run it. They park it outside of the school, and then when school finishes, then take them and carry them back home safely. We have said that we will give some of the money to those persons, private transport providers. And we have to give some to taxis. Why? Because there are some areas that not the bus where Darrell have, not the new bus where we buy, not the coaster bus where park up now, we can't go up there because the road narrow and the road bad, and Pitney from up there need to go to school, so we have to use the taxi operators. We are not just giving away things. The guidance counselor and the social worker will have to go and do the check and identify the students that are affected that we need to give it to. We will have to ensure that the taxi operators that are carrying them, that them show that them don't have no criminal record, and JP sign off on them to say, yes, these are suitable persons to transport our children to school. It's a joke thing this government depend. And they have apologists in the media that refuse to fact check anything that the government is doing. On the eve of the election, they're driving around these buses with their campaign vehicle in front. Then they parade in 93 JUTC buses. Hold on now. Make we talk about JUTC. When they took office in 2016, we had 450 buses on the road under JUTC. Now, with the new buses that they have bought, the 93, we are at less than 300. When they took office, the ridership on JUTC was 62 million per year. The ridership is now 18 million, a third of what it was when they took over from us. When we left office, the JUTC was supplemented by $3 billion. It was losing $3 billion per year. Now it is losing $11 billion per year under this government. And I'm talking about carrying students. In 2016, the JUTC carried 100,000 students per day. Now it is carrying 5,500. Shame on Darrell Vaz and the Labour Party. Them now get away with no harm's house in this campaign. I hear the minister said that the bus we have done at Portland, that over the last 9 weeks, it has carried 10,000 students. It is not true. Students have to go to school every day, Mr. Minister, every day. They have to go to school and they have to go back home from school. So 9 weeks, and you go to school 5 days a week. 9-5 is what? No, 45. So if you have 10,000 and you divide it by 45, you get 222. Because it's 2 trips, them have to go school and them have to come back. You have to divide the 222 by 2. It is only 111 students that bus would be taking if they were targeted at taking the students that are missing school. But that's not what they are doing. They are not trying to solve the absenteeism problem. What they are doing is setting up a system where coming like Christmas time, where a bus with a 30-seater have 300 people that try going there, and a first come, first serve. That will not change the 30% that are missing school. Therefore, it will not change the educational outcome. The PNP is about change in a positive way. I see them say them have some problems with my general. I see them say them have some problems with my general. You know? And I understand the discomfort where labor rights have. I understand it. Because labor rights know say Mark Golding no come for script. Them know say him making money already and him come here for serve. So them know that them can't mix him up in no corruption. Then they know that behind him is a...
My boss thought I worked all weekend, but I just stopped using ChatGPT like a toy and do this instead.
Let's be real, most people over...
Then they know that behind him is a general when I beg nobody nothing. Me no want no contract, me no want no friend, me no want nothing from nobody. So I understand the discomfort because them a look on and them a say, yo, you know, so we not can't talk to none of them too because them not going to take no talk. I people business we come about. We come to ensure that the people can have a better life. So hear what them say them have. Them have a problem with him complexion. Lord Almighty. When we say our motto is out of many, we are one. Them say them have a problem with how him talk. Then they will we not use English and patois and just change around how we feel like us so we turn. Them get up and them make up a story saying no born here when they know it's a lie. Cause some of them and him go to school and them know say him born right here. They know he's a true Jamaican born on the soil of Jamaica. Then them want to come with argument about why I'm dressing and want this and them same thing there. A leader we are look for. A leader we are look for. Our brain, we are concerned about the brain and the heart. We want to know where the brain is and where the heart is. You see them, them are all close on them, man. All close them, man. We don't pay no attention to them, something, man. It's what is in your brain and in your heart, man. The problems that we are having with freedom leader, oh, they are much more severe. They are much more severe. The problems we have with Mr. Wholeness is that the Integrity Commission say he take some money off of charity and buy some investment for himself. We have a problem with that. We have a problem that them same have companies with $400 million pass through and him can't explain it and him no pay no taxes at them. There's something that we have problem with the Prime Minister. So, understand you're a leader now. Because when we left Hanover, we were supposed to go on road and drill it in them head. You know. Few years ago, when a youth, I mean some youth on the periphery out there, so. You see a few years ago, when a youth light up a spliff, police used to just haul and pull them and do anything them feel like. Them haul and pull one of them named Mario Dean and lock him up. And in the lockup, them beat him and he died. There is one among us that stood up, Mark Jefferson Golding, and decriminalized the personal use of marijuana so police can haul and pull our black poor youth them no more. Not only that, but he made sure that you could expunge, fancy way of saying we could get rid of the criminal record that you did get because of ganja smoking. And when you had that criminal record, you couldn't go on farm work. You couldn't work for government. So all of them youth are now on the corner side. That's where the green armband they understand who make you that road and free and don't have no criminal record. Hold it. No. That is what the PNP is founded for. Social justice is a social justice champion we're talking about here. I heard Comrade Paul will say it the other day. And he been in parliament long before me. And he said that in all of his years in the parliament, the best legislator, which is the main role of a parliamentarian, is to deal with the laws, to implement new laws, repeal some, and amend some. The best legislator in the parliament, whether PNP or JLP over the last 30 years, is Mark Jefferson Golding. None of them can argue with that. Even when them come with some of these bills, like the other day, they come with a bill that them want to tax Airbnb. It was Mark Golding that took up the bill with the local left hand and just hold it like that and go so and rip it apart, and they had to take it back and say they have to go do some work on it. We are talking about a legislative champion in Mark Jefferson Golding. When Russia and Ukraine start war and bombs are drop, I know elephant man bombs away where people are jump up and enjoy themselves. You know. We are talking about real bomb, life in danger. The government told our children that are you in Ukraine, we're in Ukraine studying, that they should get a loan to come back home. Mark Golding went in his account and take out him personal money and send it go for the students them to carry them back home to Jamaica. Understand that we are talking about a caring, compassionate leader. A few years ago, the Prime Minister got Parliament and say criminals that sell land over Portmore. And him go over there with bulldozer and lick down the people them house. Him then go in a St. Catherine and people will get land from Michael Manley time. Serve them notice, say I go throw them off of the land where them depend. It took Mark Jefferson Golding for him go court, go take out injunction so him can stop abuse poor people and stop throw them off of land because every man needs a roof above his head. Considerate leader. Over 30 years ago, Mark Golding went into the inner city, Augustown, and he went in there and he found himself a nice empress, a Nubian goddess, and he made her into his wife, and he loved her then, and he's been loving her since. With him one wife named no call pan nothing else. Is a family man we are talking about. No. When labor rights are keep up arms house, allow them to know it is not a dibby-dibby leader that we are putting forward. We are putting forward Michael Manley reincarnated, the second coming of Michael Joshua Manley. We are putting forward an intellectual giant. Make welcome Hanover, the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, the President of the People's National Party, Mark Jefferson Golding.
It's about it when the time come.
Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
Why, Bolo? Some are go charge for corruption. It's about it when the
time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Dear lovers' choice. Comrade Chairman of the meeting, Comrade Maria Mitchell, all of the distinguished comrades on the platform, officers of the party, members of parliament, councillors, candidates, but most of all, the two exciting, competent, committed Jamaican women. One in the east named Perkins, one in the west named Mila Bennett. Enough respect to the two of you. Enough respect. I want to say that a couple of days ago, I got a message from the General Secretary just saying, well, we're having this meeting this evening. If I would come down a little early and do a little tour of the constituency, East, with Comrade Andrea, Perkins. So, I say, yeah, I would do it, you know. So, we come down there, we start at 12 o'clock, and we drive over some terrible road, may I tell you. Oh my gosh. But we went all over the constituency. And all I can tell you is that I'm feeling quite comfortable with what I saw and what I felt in Eastern Hanover today. You know, the labor rights were very scanty. And the comrades were very energized and excited. And I could feel the nice vibes of victory coming our way. But you know, I heard some issues about water, and I saw the situation with the road. And I know, for example, in Montpelier, how hard the water situation is. And I know we have a big tank up on the hill there, because I've actually climbed up that tank myself and gone on the roof of the tank and looked down in the hole and see it empty. And I must tell you, Eastern Hanover, hope is on the way. Help is on the way. We will do our very best to bring you water as soon as we possibly can, sorting out that tank and the piping that is required. And you know, as has been said, we are blessed with the solar power nowadays. So the high expense of pumping water isn't what it used to be. We just need to harness the technology and put the will, the political will behind the solution. Comrades, the next PNP government is going to resume the great mission of our movement. The mission that came into existence in 1938 when a man called O.T. Fairclough came back from Haiti and he was unable to work in the bank in Jamaica as a black man. And he said, time come, we must have a national movement to lead us out of bondage, to give our people rights, to elevate our people, to control their destiny and run the country. And he chose the most brilliant man in Jamaica of that era. No one other than the right excellent Norman Washington Manley to be the first president of the People's National Party. And that movement has been a movement about empowerment, about upliftment of the people, about equality of access to opportunities, about building houses for the people, about bringing educational opportunities to the people, and about building an economy that gives everybody an opportunity to have a good quality of life. The mission of the PNP is clear. And we are coming out of a history where there was a lot of inequality, there was a lot of unfairness, and so social justice is a real issue in Jamaica. Even today, we have a need for further reforms to make our country fair, to make our country just. The people want justice. For example, so many of the beaches of this country are not accessible to the people of the country. And you want to go on a beach and hold a little meds and feel a little vibes with you and your family or whatever. You have many people in Jamaica can't do that because it is not accessible to them. And I have been doing some research on this matter. And I see where in other countries in the Caribbean with strong tourism industries like ours, their citizens have a right to access any beach in the country. So I say, what is wrong with Jamaica? Why have we developed this model which excludes our people from access to beaches? And I say to you tonight, social justice demands that we have honest conversations with the tourism sector, with the captains of industry in that industry, and we work out a system which will allow our people access. And we have the weight of the law and the parliament behind us to ensure that it happens. And my commitment to you tonight, to all Jamaica tonight, is that we will change this paradigm and ensure access to the beaches of our land for the people of this land. Another issue, and it affects many of us here in Hanover, is the terms of employment in the tourism industry. It's not just the tourism industry that has this issue, because we know, for example, in the global services industry, them call it BPO, that was its original name, similar things apply. This use of short-term contracts to keep people on short-term contracts so that you can have them like hanging from a string, and you don't give them the security of tenure in their job, and you're depriving them of the benefits that the employment laws of the land intended them to have, but you're not giving it to them. Time come to cut out that. Time come to cut out the misuse of contract work terms in the country. I am not saying that there's no role for contracting people to do work. We all know if you're hiring somebody, a carpenter, or you're hiring a plumber, or you're hiring some technical specialist, they're not going to become your employee. They're doing a work for you, and you have a contract. Might be an oral contract, usually it is. Sometimes it might be a written contract for certain types of... But for people who are essentially full-time employed, coming to work every day, day in, day out, the rules of the job are determined by their employer. The pay that they're getting is determined by their employer. They are workers for that enterprise. They must have the full range of rights that the workers of Jamaica have fought long and hard for, and which the People's National Party played a great role in guaranteeing. The Industrial Disputes Tribunal, its 50th anniversary is this year. That was created by the PNP under Michael Joshua Manley. So that if there was abuse in the workplace, you didn't have to go to court, which was tedious, expensive, and inaccessible fundamentally to many people, many workers. It was a special arrangement set up so our workers could get justice in the workplace. And we had other things that we did. Equal pay for women, maternity leave law, no Boston a day again, the Status of Children's Act, which meant all of us are on the same level legally, whether our parents are married or not. These are the things that the People's National Party have done for Jamaica. And time come to sort out this contract work thing in the public sector and in the private sector. And my commitment to you tonight and to Jamaica is that the next PNP government will deliver justice for the workers of this country and will eliminate the abuse of the contract work form. Comrades and friends, our mission and our dream is to build a country where our people don't have to aspire to leave the country to make it in life. What kind of country is it where your people's main objective is to leave your country? That is not a way to develop our home. That was not the vision of our forefathers when we fought for independence, when we fought for the right to vote. We must set up Jamaica with a system which makes people feel comfortable, which gives people hope, and gives people access to opportunities and access to the ability to use their personal effort and their talent to step forward in life. That is why when we talk about our policies for education, we're tackling the things which are holding the children back now. Absenteeism is the main problem, or one of the main problems. And we have the ease and we have the right to deal with those two issues that are most contributing to absenteeism of children from school. Lunch money and the cost of it, and transportation, the cost of it. And that is why we have developed those programs. And we're going to make those investments because we want our children to have the opportunity that they can move forward, get a good education, and help to uplift themselves. So the DLP have brought in some old buses. Our position is fine. We don't think that is a solution. We see buses as having a role. We wouldn't have bought old buses, just like we wouldn't have bought used cars for the police, which has been a complete disaster. In fact, many of them have not been delivered. That was one of the many corrupt incidents of the JLP government under Andrew Holness. But we would have an integrated system that deals with the real problem. Buses are part of the solution. Taxis are part of the solution. Identifying the children in need is necessary, and having transport operators that can reach them and who are vetted to make sure that they're safe to drive with is part of the solution. And we are about dealing with education. Ours is an education policy. Theirs is a transportation policy. And it's a policy that is going to potentially hurt certain private operators as well. As we have seen with the announcement today, was it? Where they say that the JUTC, which is not providing adequate bus service in the Kingston metropolitan area, as has been said, ridership is down, number of buses that roll out every day is down significantly from where we left it. Now they're going to be competing for executive bus service all over the island to take people all over the eye. I'm saying that is a lack of focus on what needs to happen. Let us solve the problems that exist. There's no reason why they should be doing that because other people are adequately doing that. Comrades, this is why the next PNP government must be the choice of the people. Because the people need the real solutions to real problems. That's why we have the first in family. We recognize that there are still many people, children from poorer homes, low-income homes, who are not taking up opportunities for tertiary education because they can't afford it. And the Student Loan Bureau, as presently configured, is a frightening prospect for many of them. Because if they don't get employed after they study, or their job is a very low-income job, they're going to struggle with the loan payments, and they're going to get a bad credit, and that's going to mess up their prospects in life. That is why we have the first in family scholarship. For any family where the student applying for tertiary is the first in that family to do so, they will get a full scholarship under the PNP. And we're going to modify the Student Loan Bureau terms so that the loan payments are capped at a manageable portion of your actual income as a worker. And so that you will be able to manage your life and still make those payments. And if there's ever a time that you are unemployed, your obligation is suspended for the period of your unemployment. So you don't get a bad credit because you're not in default. The PNP is thinking about young people, thinking about the needs of our people. That's why in housing, comrades, yes, we are committed to affordable housing as our priority because in the last 10 years, there has been no real attempt to fill the demand for affordable housing. Real estate has been booming uptown, apartments uptown, apartments in wealthier communities, going for 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. But ordinary Jamaican people and workers, whether it be public sector workers or self-employed individuals, cannot afford those homes. So we see the gap in the market, we see the need, and we intend to fill it. And the PNP has a track record when it comes to building affordable homes, and a track record when it comes to land reform. That's why when Comrade Lothan Cousins speaks about our land policy, anybody who has been settled on land in Jamaica that is public land and has been there for 25 years or more, they will get their title for that land. And if they've been settled for less than 25 years, but they've invested in the house and they wish to buy it, they will be afforded the opportunity to do so, and they will be given a payment plan that is manageable for them. That is a commitment of the People's National Party. Because we want to build an ownership society. Andrew Holness and the JLP love to talk about prosperity. It is a mirage. It is an illusion. There is no prosperity in Jamaica except among the few who are benefiting from his policies and his approach to governance. We are about creating an ownership society, eliminating the social injustices that exist, giving people access to land and ownership of land, building affordable houses, public lands which we are in the process of identifying, which are not suitable for agriculture. That is where we're going to build those 50,000 houses. And we guarantee each constituency, including Eastern Hanover, including Western Hanover, at least 500 affordable housing units in our first term. And we are not going to include the value of the land in the price of the house when we sell it to you. So when you buy that house, you're getting extra value which you don't even have to pay for. Millions of dollars of value that you don't have to pay for because the land value is not going to be included in the price. So when them come with them 20,000 or whatever them coming with, just think about that. Think about the policies I've been describing to you tonight and those that my colleagues have described already. And think about the fact that those policies are going to benefit you for years to come, benefit your children for decades to come, benefit your descendants, your grandchildren for even centuries to come. And don't be confused, don't be taken off track by inducements that will be present for a day or two, but will be fleeting and gone, and you'll be back in the bondage that you're in now. We are wiser than that, Jamaica. We're not going to be fooled by those promises, those illusions of ribbons that are being cut left, right, and center. for projects which are not complete. Projects are not anywhere near being ready. Comrades, we have an important choice ahead of us. Whenever the election is called, whether Andrew call it or the Constitution call it for him, it must happen. And we are ready for it. We're ready now. I've been telling him for a long time, call the election, Andrew. Call it. How is it that in 2020, in less than 4 years of your term, when COVID was on the land and had not yet reached community spread, you called a general election? Right in the middle of COVID. Community spread was announced the day after that election, and the number of people who died from COVID went through the roof after that. Yet now, nearly 5 years has expired since the last election, and you're afraid to call it. Call it. And make the people decide which way they want to go. Because I am all over Jamaica. Every day, virtually, I'm on the road, pressing the flesh, talking to people, and I know what the Jamaican people want to see. And they want to see the back of this government, and they want change. And the People's National Party is coming with a program of progressive change to uplift the people of this country and make Jamaica a better place. We want to build a strong economy, a resilient economy. That is why I am on Mark Jefferson Goling. My principal role as Prime Minister in terms of day-to-day activity will be to look at the bureaucracy of this country and make it more efficient, to make it less costly, to make it less burdensome for who have to deal with it, and to ensure that investors coming to Jamaica get the right treatment so that they will invest their money and create high value added jobs so our people can get wealthy in this country and don't have to run away to other lands to seek hope. There will be hope right here in the land of their birth. I have been meeting with investors. There is a lot of potential there. I'm not going to outline them now. But up to this morning, I had breakfast with some investors who had a wonderful series of plans, 20 projects integrated in areas where Jamaica has great potential, in health and wellness, and in logistics. I'm not telling you any more than that. But we're not coming to government with empty hands. We're coming to government with plans. So comrades of Hanover, I say to you tonight, you gave us 7 out of 7 a year plus ago. We are most grateful to you for that. And I'm a man, I'm chairman of Anegans Football Club. I'm a man who loves the football. We love the cricket too, but... And I want to see 2 love drop in a Hanover. 2 love for drop in a Hanover. Comrade Andrea Perkins, I go put it in the pigeon on the right. And Comrade Heather Miller Bennett go and put it in the pigeon on the left. 2 loving of them. Comrades, the word is love. God bless you all. What a night. Power to the people. Go on.